We are starting 2 minutes late, but welcome everybody to first ever Robots for Understanding Natural Ecosystem workshop. And apologize for the starting chaos, but hopefully it'll go smoothly from here on. So what is this workshop about, right? Before that, the workshop is organized by, we are the first time organizers, and some of us are in the room. Vivi and Seth are sitting over there. Philippe is here, and we are mainly from Hui and Laval. And I just want to kind of give a special sort of thanks to Vivi for leading a lot of the effort. Right? So Stuart was another student going to help, but he recently graduated. The students graduate. But Vivi has been kind of doing all the heavy lifting. So I just want to extra thank Vivi for making all this happen. So what is this workshop about, right? So the goal of this workshop is to bring roboticists and ecologists together in the same room and brainstorm, right? That is the goal for this workshop. There are other similar workshops. There's workshops on which are on field robotics, which is focusing on kind of robots, how to get them outside the lab. And there are workshops on sustainability, which seems related. But the idea here is to connect how can we combine how can we understand, have the ecologists understand what the robotics researchers are doing, and what the roboticists understand what the ecologists are doing, what they research, and kind of brainstorm at a higher level of abstraction. Because currently, many of you probably have this experience. If like a roboticist comes to an ecologist, hey, how can I help you? The answers are like, oh, just maybe build me a better data collection sort of technique, right? Or if they're going to like a machine learning person. So I consider machine learning a sub-branch of robotics, as all of you should. Or they can ask like a person, another roboticist, if they're into detection, right, just build me a new classifier. So, and what I'm hoping is this workshop will kind of get us little bit, have like enable collaboration at a higher level of abstraction. And I'll kind of get to that in a second. But so in my lab, I'll just give you some examples of what we're doing in our lab as like ideas on how roboticists and ecologists collaborate. So in terms of data collection, yes, we are doing that, right? So this is the robot in my lab, and we call it Curie, and we work with ecologists here, Aaron Mooney, and the idea is that this robot can survey a reef visually and acoustically, and help ecologists collect data better. So which is okay, right? This is the kind of sort of help ecologists expect from us, right? So this works pretty well, and it kind of gives ecologists superpowers on like their ability to sort of survey reefs. But then the kind of going the next step further. So what we are able to do is in our lab, we have these techniques to kind of automatically kind of detect different types of substrates on a coral reef, like detect coral cover and those type of things. So that's like an example of like how you can provide some value-added sort of capabilities to an ecologist. This is the example of like, what do ecologists want? You can ask them like, go build us a better detector. So we have done that, right? So we have a detector. So on top, there's a vision-based detector for detecting animals in the environment. So this works pretty well. This is actually available sort of publicly. There's a mega fish net, which Vivi worked on that. Vivi is leading that effort. And at the bottom, we have like another animal detector, but detecting it acoustically in passive acoustics, like in soundscapes, right? So we have these neural nets which can detect animals. But what we can do with them is, all of a sudden you combine that with the robot surveys, and so on the right you see a robot doing surveys. So a robot has a camera looking forward, and there it can detect fish, and what you see, the heat map there corresponds to is like where it sees most amount of fish. And the cool thing is it detects like a hotspot in a particular part of the reef, and that maps pretty accurately to the reef which has the highest rugosity, right? So it's like the most it has most places for fish to hide, and we ecologists know that, that's like that makes sense to an ecologist. So like a interesting sort of easy to result that's easy for robotics to come with, and it kind of validates pretty well with what's understood in ecology. However, here's an interesting problem, right? So this is kind of motivating the kind of research we are doing, right? So often there's a lot of fish you see, and whoop, they all kind of hide into that coral. Why? Why are they hiding? Because in a second, there's a robot out there, right? So as soon as we put a robot in there, oftentimes we find that the fish hide, and the statistics we get is not accurate on what we're detecting. So, but that same problem exists with, if divers are doing a survey. So one interesting problem for robotics is like, what can we do to is there a way to kind of minimize this bias? In our lab, we're also working on robots that can home in onto bioactivity hotspots. So this is Seth's work. This is kind of pretty cool capability. A robot has hydrophones, and it can do it can hear on here in the ocean where all the chatter is, and it can home in on that. And we found that often corresponds to healthy parts of the coral reef. Like, so we can drop a robot at any arbitrary location, it'll kind of home in automatically into like a dense coral reef, which is like a pretty cool result. And that's like a new capability which like all of a sudden ecologists they don't have to like guess or sort of qualitatively say that's a hotspot. This is like a quantitative way of identifying a hotspot, right? And you can actually do some cool statistics for that. This is work by Vivi, who's sitting here. This is we have a robot that can track arbitrary animals, and in this case, we are applying that to tracking a barracuda, and you can see it interact. What you can do is you can see interactions with, all of a sudden you can see an animal interactions with other animals, and you can also see, you can follow it for long enough, you can sort of quantify its energetics, you can know its territory, what the territory of your animals is. Usually this type of things, without using roboticists, this was only possible for extremely large animals like whales, or where you can like put tags and GPSs, right? So what the modern robotics is enabling is like we can do that kind of analysis about range and territory and animal interactions for smaller animals. That has not been possible till very recently, right? So and it kind of potentially opens up a completely new kind of data sets which were not at all available till now, right? And the idea here is that, with new kind of data sets comes new kind of science, and that's what we're hoping we enable. In this example, it was kind of cool that we followed this fish for a long time using a semi-supervised visual tracker, and after a long time, the fish actually came back to exactly the same spot where it started from. So which is kind of interesting, because it actually tells you something about the intelligence, that the fish has a map, you know about its range, and a lot of cool sort of ecologically relevant information you can get from this just following this animal around. Finally, I just want to put this slide up as like some of the questions we should think about, and at the end we'll have a discussion, right? So the goal of this workshop is how can we identify gaps in ecology, scientific knowledge, gaps in ecology, and how to map to interesting problems in robotics. For computer science, as a computer scientist, I love collaborating with ecologists because ecology data is high dimensional, sparsely distributed, categorical, it's messy, it's like, it's like perfect for cool algorithms, cool information theoretic algorithms and machine learning, right? So, and it should make all the computer scientists very happy. The data sets we get from ecology are very cool, right? And another question is like, we don't want to just look at the data. I mean, we want to take actions, right? We want to do restoration. At the end of the day, we want to kind of improve our ecosystem, and how do we make that actionable? But related to that, what is it? When we want to improve, actually there's one thing which I learned kind of before I started working with ecologists was I assumed that it was easily understood what a healthy ecosystem looks like. And then more I talk to ecologists, it's like it's an open question. And as a roboticist and computer scientist, we like to come up with a reward function or like a optimal value of something, and it's reasonably open problem. Like we don't know what a healthy ecosystem, what a metric should be, and actually it'll be cool as like figuring out how we can sort of get closer to this answer. And finally, I would say an ideal collaboration with roboticists and ecologists should open up new kinds of hypotheses. It's not like, yes, there is existing hypotheses that ecologists have, but what I envision is this workshop and this type of collaboration should enable new kinds of data sets which did not exist, which kind of opens up new kind of questions which ecologists were not even thinking, right? So, and hopefully during the rest of these talks, we will know, we will sort of, will kind of give us some, we can brainstorm on how to make this happen. So with that, I'll stop. I don't know if I think we are a little bit behind on time. Oh no, we're good, okay. Yeah, so this is the schedule for today. I guess our first speaker is Victoria Preston. She's remote, and but I will hand off. Is she online? Okay, that's just
yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, can you all see me and hear me and see the presentation? Awesome. Okay, great. Well, hi everyone. I am genuinely so appreciative of the organizers for allowing me to be here virtually with you all today. So my name is Victoria. I am a researcher that focuses on representation learning for robotic adaptive sampling, and that's especially applied to natural systems and ecosystems. Over the last several years, I've had the fortune to work with several groups of scientists who research marine extremes and the life that exists there. The ocean is a place of extremes. So when I talk about marine extremes in the research I do with my colleagues, I'm often referring either to a site's spatial character, like its depth or its latitude, or its content, like how vibrant the ecosystem is there or how dynamic the chemistry is. For brevity, this talk is going to focus on deep ocean ecosystems. The deep ocean, by its very nature, requires exploration with robots. So modern oceanography is really predicated on the ability to send instrumentation through the water column and to the seafloor in order to finally characterize the habitats that are there. My research in the deep ocean has focused specifically on hydrothermal systems. Hydrothermalism is the superheating of fluid in the Earth's crust, which rises through that crust until it's rapidly ventilated into the ocean. It provides nutrition and heat to deep ecosystems in the form of these plumes and other fluids. Hydrothermalism has been found throughout the ocean, but most specifically at the boundaries between crustal plates, where magma may be shallow or the crust is more permeable. Where fluid is exchanging through the crust, habitats form. So here I'm showing that the geological formations created by hydrothermal venting and the chemistry that's vented by those fluids are really supporting a diverse ecosystem of worms, mussels, sponges, corals, crinoids, and lots of other critters. Plumes generated by vents can be traced tens of meters to thousands of kilometers away from an originating location on the seafloor and provide sustenance for microbial creatures many fathoms away from any active venting. When my colleagues and I study hydrothermal ecosystems, we're chiefly interested in mapping biogeochemical signatures that we can measure to habitat health indicators that then further reveal to us the underpinning mechanisms that are actually happening under the crust. Practically, our scientific questions present two distinctive types of exploration that we perform with robots, and that's plume charting and seafloor mapping. These tasks require different approaches to data collection and autonomy, which are really rooted in their different spatiotemporal characters. So plume charting requires a robot to find, track, and map a moving ephemeral distribution that might be several kilometers in scale in the water column. This activity requires the robot to reason in practical time to collect useful in-plume measurements. In contrast, seafloor mapping and reconstruction requires a robot to systematically survey a relatively well-constrained spatial environment that's slowly evolving over the course of weeks, months, or years. This activity requires a robot to co-register landmarks and quantify potentially subtle changes in an environment between deployments that might be very far apart in time. The rest of this talk is going to present these two tasks in a little bit more detail and highlight some of the work my colleagues and I are doing to making robots capable assistants for deep ocean fieldwork. So to begin, let's look at plume charting. We would like to examine the biogeochemical gradients in the water column that is produced by fluid from a vent getting transported through that water column and mixing with the ambient water along the way. biogeochemical features that we're looking at are actually quantities like temperature and salinity, turbidity, and dissolved gas content. To measure these quantities, an autonomous underwater vehicle, or AUV, is going to be equipped with point sensors as it traverses around. When biogeochemical fields are static, a robot, even equipped with a point sensor, has a pretty good chance of reconstructing the underlying field by taking exploratory actions through a space. But when the field underneath the robot is changing, as it does here from T4 to T6 in just this toy example, naive interpretations of the collected sparse data can be really misleading. And then when the natural environment is turbulent, or the sensors that you use have non-trivial noise characteristics or complex relationships with the phenomenon of interest, considerable uncertainty can be accumulated, which we're going to need to deal with in a principled way in order to tractably recover a useful model of the dynamics of the environment. Alongside the general partial observability problem, our modern AUV fleet used for deep ocean expeditions presents a series of operational constraints that need to be honored while performing surveys. So for instance, most state-of-the-art autonomous robots like Sentry, pictured here, are usually restricted to performing pre-planned fixed trajectories, such as mowing the lawn. While a classical lawnmower is typically really well suited for spatial surveys, when the distribution of interest is dynamic, this type of pattern can perform catastrophically poorly and maybe even entirely miss some sort of thing that we actually want to collect useful observations of. However, with sufficient prior knowledge of the dynamics of the field, fixed trajectories can be more than sufficient for characterizing it. This underlines the need to solve the partial observability problem. If we want to strategically chart dynamic plumes with the vehicles available to scientists today, we have to be able to uncover a predictive model from the sparse data that we are able to collect opportunistically. Now, collecting enough data to train a dynamics model in field settings is always challenging, and this is exacerbated under typical seagoing oceanographic conditions. So assets at sea are shared among relatively large science parties, often with complementary but different goals for each asset, meaning that each operation with an AUV needs to balance multiple objectives and science-related constraints. Similarly, an AUV is just one of a family of assets available on a ship, and the coordination and choreography between those assets has to be done with safety and different conditions in mind. Taken all together, a considerable burden is being placed on an autonomy system to deliver quality, dependable results under changing circumstances in a very few precious number of dives. Plume charting, in our mind, is fundamentally an informative path planning problem, in which we'd like to use the observations of our target plume, no matter how we get them, to inform our subsequent actions for our assets. To overcome the challenges of vehicle non-agency and partial observability and make a planner that practically fits within the field-going context, we have a set of algorithmic design choices we have to make. And when we make those choices, it would really benefit us to bring as much knowledge to the table as we can about the scientific context in which a robot is going to be deployed. Scientific context here includes both expert knowledge of a particular environment, like the underlying physics of fluid flows, or operational knowledge, such as how scientific instruments respond to changes in an environment. Vortex is an algorithm developed by my colleagues and I that leverages such scientific insight to put a robot in the right place at the right time to take scientific measurements in scientific expeditionary contexts. To understand Vortex fully, I want to start with formalizing the plume charting problem. And a natural choice for that is a POMDP, a partially observable Markov decision process. In this formulation, we can think of the tuple of the POMDP as consisting of a state of the environment as three key vectors. The location of the robot, shown as this yellow rectangle, the state of the vent, which produces the plume, and the state of the deep currents, which move the plume around in the environment. Partial observability in our problem is applied to the state of the vent and the current. We otherwise assume we know where the robot is. Each of these states has an associated transition function. We assume that we know where the robot is and where it's going, that the vent parameters are temporally constant for the purposes of a single deployment of the AUV, and the current parameters can change in time, and that transition function is a priori unknown. The robot is rewarded when it collects observations in the plume, which is what we're primarily concerned with doing. Naturally, if the state and transition functions were fully known, computing the reward and designing trajectories would be really straightforward. but of course we don't have access to this information. So we're going to endow the robot with a set of actions to take. A Sentry can only execute predetermined trajectories. We treat each entire dive of Sentry as a single action in a POM-DP formalism. And within each action, so each dive, there's a set of trajectory patterns which we can design and optimize. When Sentry executes a dive, it collects observations which identify whether the measurement was in or out of a plume. And from those observations, we can relate back to the state of the environment using an observation model, which also is used to update a belief over the state of the world and estimate future possible states of the plume for planning. In general, as we all know, solving POM-DPs is very intractable, so we typically employ approximate solutions. Generally, approximate solvers are compositional autonomy frameworks that allow a robot to map observations of some environment to an action by way of simulating possible scenarios. In our problem, this is a matter of using plume detections to generate forecasts of how plumes will move in the water column so that the entire multi-hour-long dives that Sentry will execute can be optimized. It's in each of these boxes that you see here that we can leverage scientific context to provide supportive structure to ensure quality plume detections, tractable plume forecasts, and operationally sound trajectories for Sentry. I think of autonomy systems designed in this way as having three core competencies. That's perception, finding the plume from the sensor data, prediction, forecasting where the plume will be at a new time, and planning, developing trajectories for Sentry that put it in the right place at the right time. Now, out of respect for your time today, I'm just going to touch briefly on the intuition we use to inject scientific context in each of these elements for plume charting, and then discuss some of our field results along the way. For perception, we simply turned to experts who had been parsing in situ measurements by hand for decades. These are folks who are able to identify anomalies across multiple sensors, each of which uniquely interact with hydrothermal alteration in the water column as a function not just of the sensor's working principle, but also the way that hydrothermal fluid behaves in the world. It's rather complicated altogether. So we collected their insights and we designed a set of heuristic data filters and cross-sensor corroboration framework in order to translate continuous measurements across different sensors into a simple binary measurement of whether hydrothermal alteration was evident in a fluid sample. This is the observation that we subsequently use to inform our model of plume dynamics. So with those observations in hand, how do we get our model of plume dynamics? Well, probabilistic models like Gaussian processes have been increasingly adopted in adaptive sampling frameworks to represent partially observed distributions. However, the data sparsity of our problem, especially derived from the fact that it's spatiotemporal in nature, begs for more structure than a general purpose model can often provide. So instead, we turned our attention to considering how we might use idealistic numerical simulators of plume evolution as represented by, say, sets of ordinary differential equations. By using a simulator as the basis of an inference framework, we can effectively reduce the dimensionality of our inference problem to just a handful of scalar values and one-dimensional functions that represent the initial conditions of a vented fluid, the seawater properties like mixing rates, and the character of the deep currents that are moving the plume around, and then get back out just the basic shape and location of a plume for any query time. We formally refer to our model as fumes, which allows us to forecast plume dynamics by drawing from distributions over model conditions and parameters, and subsequently updating those distributions once observations from the mission are available. We utilize a Markov chain Monte Carlo scheme for performing our updating step. And while this is typically considered a slow inference method, we're able to leverage the fact that we have the time between deployments while the vehicle is being serviced to perform our computation. Now, by construction, fumes can accept opportunistic observations from equipment that's completely independent of the AUV because our inference targets are now physically meaningful quantities that we can actually use some assets to go and measure while they're performing other experiments for the science team. So for instance, initial conditions of venting fluid can be directly observed by an ROV that goes to the seafloor to collect samples for scientists. Using the data that we collected at sea, we were able to train fumes from AUV observations and noisy measurements from other assets to yield physically realistic explanatory models of the plume dynamics that we saw at our study site. On the left, a snapshot of our educated prior before any training is shown. So the funnel was tall, it was skinny, and in time it effectively just rotated in place. On the right, a snapshot from a single posterior update using the observations that were collected here shown in pink shows a funnel that is wider. It's more aggressively bent to indicate that the currents are much stronger than we had assumed. And in time, it sweeps through the region of the pink detections. While not necessarily perfect, for downstream planning purposes, we can imagine that trajectories designed from the second model may lead to greater success in the longer term. While there's no ground truth in real field trials, we can check the results of the trained model against other observations that we can collect as well. So here I'm comparing a snapshot of our trained fumes model from Sentry data on the left with vertical profiles of turbidity collected by a profiling winch called a CTD on the right at 100 meters and 600 meters from a known vent that was producing a plume that we were studying. We see that the regions where the model predicts the majority of the plume structure should exist, highlighted in red, aligns well with areas of notable turbid intrusions measured by the profiler. This indicates to us that plans generated by forecasts with fumes are quite likely to actually encounter structure of interest in their execution. With fumes in hand, we can then finally address how we put the robot in the right place at the right time. To honor the operating constraints of Sentry, our trajectory optimizer utilizes forecasts from fumes to chain together simple patterns like lawnmowers in order to chase a plume over the course of a multi-hour dive, which is executed without any other interventions. An example of what chaining might look like in a simple bullseye world is shown here on the right. The product of the optimizer is a simple CSV file of latitude and longitude points for a specific altitude or depth, and this feeds directly into the system that the Sentry team uses to safety check every trajectory before it's executed on the vehicle. Now, operationally, using chains of simple trajectories is really useful for creating plans that can be trivially adjusted by hand under changing field conditions. So for instance, if we plan very long chains, it allows the Sentry team to essentially snip the section that will be most relevant for a dive window once things like the weather and vehicle maintenance and other scientific activities are actually known. Each link in the chain can also be swapped out for other surveys or behaviors designed by other science party members if a dive needs to be shared between teams, without necessarily sacrificing on being able to do good plume tracking. In field trials, we were able to perform 4 dives to compare plume charting trajectories designed by science experts with Vortex. Over these trials, we can qualitatively see that plans generated by Vortex favor this fan-like trajectory influenced by the estimated current function and plume strength from fumes. Quantitatively, the structure was able to collect observations up to 450 meters away from the venting source and consistently visited the plume throughout an entire duration of emission. In contrast, our hand-designed plans tend to cover large spatial domains without consideration of the temporal aspect of the plume. And so quantitatively, what happened was that this approach only yielded observations within 300 meters of a known vent source, and often in a very temporally clustered way. That spatial and temporal diversity that we get by collecting observations with Vortex design plans really enhances the data product used by my colleagues to then go on and compute seafloor fluxes and estimate the bulk transport of particulate and DNA matter throughout the water column. Vortex is meant to demonstrate that there is a method for embedding expert knowledge and scientific context within informative planning schemes to be used in extremely partially observable conditions typical in natural dynamic fields. Now, to shift gears a bit, and think a little bit about a different spatiotemporal problem, I'd like to briefly talk about seafloor mapping and reconstruction. This task is still very spatiotemporal in nature, but now the time scales have been stretched to several years, and the spatial scales are now on the order of meters. This research is a really kind of a developing area for my colleagues and I. So I'm largely going to be presenting some key products that we're hoping to make together and the challenges we see in getting there. My colleagues and I are really interested in tracking how seafloor formations develop naturally over time, how human intervention may change the character of natural development, and how sub-seafloor processes inform seafloor expressions themselves. Now, what happens at the seafloor and what lies under the crust is not only a really important area of basic research and ecosystem understanding, It's a growing area of concern as deep mining and resource extraction in the ocean continue to be sort of positioned as a facet of blue and green economies of the future. Hydrothermal deposits are one critical source of rare earth elements that could be collected in mining operations, but the economic feasibility of that and the environmental impact of doing that altogether is really uncertain. So to perform our work in just getting to the fundamental understanding of these systems, we utilize robots to collect imagery to be used in three principal ways. The first uses video to connect our water column charting work with plume formation as it occurs at the seafloor. The second leverages co-registered images to qualitatively describe changes in geometry or habitats over time. And the third leverages videos and images to create high-resolution 3D models of complex structures and large-scale visual models of the seafloor. Photography underwater has been used for well over 50 years now to supplement field studies of the deep ocean. And in fact, imagery played a huge role in proving the existence of hydrothermal vents, which was only confirmed in the late 1970s. And the image that you see on the left here was one of the images of the crews that discovered hydrothermal vents for the first time. Modern submersibles, ROVs, and AUVs are typically equipped with cameras in order to provide visual situational awareness to scientists or to collect downward-looking seafloor imagery. However, despite the ubiquity of deep ocean cameras, imagery as a data product is typically ancillary to other scientific measurements or experiments. So that means that the imagery may not be clearly filming the targets of interest. It might be degraded due to suboptimal lighting conditions or fail to have useful metadata recorded that might be necessary for performing ex situ calibrations down the line. Now, even if we have a science party that is very good at prioritizing high quality image collection as their main data product, there's still a significant overhead associated with applying out-of-the-box solutions for image segmentation, 3D reconstructions, and other sorts of downstream analyses. This is in part due to the inherent differences between imagery collected in water with carried light sources and ambient lighting in air applications for which the vast majority of image processing pipelines are built today. Underwater imagery suffers from intense color attenuation, non-trivial lens and specular distortions due to the design of housings and lighting rings. Additionally, large-scale data sets of underwater imagery with labels is really only in its nascent phase of community development, so learning-intensive solutions are difficult to effectively train and apply to novel scenes in this space. Now, despite these challenges, there is also a wealth of work from which to build on to develop high-resolution seafloor reconstructions. For instance, structure from motion and visual SLAM have both been applied to underwater scenes to create color-corrected post-processed reconstructions of underwater objects. Research frontiers to work on in this space include adding complexity to lighting and camera configurations that are specific to deep ocean systems, joint online optimization of lighting, camera poses, and color, and uncertainty calibration for reconstructed scenes. Modern rendering methods, like Gaussian splatting or NeRFs, offer really attractive products for scientific analyses due to their ability to render multi-scale features at really high resolution. Here I'm comparing a model of event made with traditional structure from motion systems versus Gaussian splatting. And we see that the Gaussian splat representation is able to capture these fine structures of worm tubes, an artificial marker, and the sulfide texture of the vent a lot more clearly than in our typical methods. Examination of modern rendering methods for use in underwater scenes is, kind of just this open area to explore, and possible research at the frontier is going to involve translating traditional structure from motion methods for color reconstruction to new representations and parsing these new representations into scientifically useful measures. And this is because at the end of the day, the better quality the reconstruction we make, the more precise we can be when translating those reconstructions into quantitative answers. So for instance, when we look at a particular vent, what can we say about its volume and the surface area and the stuff that's living on it? And how do those characteristics change over time? And how does that signify that these changes to fluids are happening under the crust? Here, this same vent was imaged in 2021 and 2024, and we can see that the top of the vent has completely evolved in time. In 2024, the vent is taller, a new chimney structure has grown on top of the previous chimney that was there, and we can even detect some color changes on the body of the vent itself. Each of these signals implies something about the internal plumbing of the vent structure and the animals that can live on it, and the overall impact that it will have on its local environment. Really good co-registration of morphology evolving over time from sparse snapshots is a really exciting avenue for future work. The spatiotemporal nature of modern scientific queries about the deep ocean and about deep hydrothermalism encourages the development of intelligent robots with perception, prediction, and planning capabilities. So whether we're charting plumes in the water column or tracking morphology changes to the seafloor, robots have to be able to reason about their environment from sparse, partially observed data and plan under uncertainty to refine models of the target phenomena. Nearly every time we look at imagery from the seafloor or profile the depths of the water column, we find something new. Less than 0.5% of the deep ocean has been explored to date. Biogeochemical observations and imagery, as they exist in our archives and as we collect them today, can be leveraged to address complex science questions, perform exploration, and simulate what we can't always be around to see for ourselves. As I come to the conclusion of my talk now, finally, I just want to briefly reemphasize the core premise of the work my colleagues and I are doing. Robots are uniquely capable of examining the ocean at spatial and temporal scales for which we have way more scientific questions than answers, and intelligence in the form of adaptive behaviors, representation learning, and context-informed data processing are necessary to make full use of robots as scientific assistants in these domains. With increasingly accessible and high-quality data, improved computational capacity for scientific platforms, and really urgent scientific queries about deep ecosystems driven by environmental policy shifts, there's honestly never been a better time to be a roboticist or computer scientist interested in the ocean. I really look forward to working with you all on solutions in the future. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions now if there's time, and I'm also more than happy to correspond following the workshop via email. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing this great collaborations. So I work on land, on water, but this is more of an ecology type question. I noticed that you deposited that there are sometimes artificial markers that you have on the scenes that aren't necessarily there for field purposes, but are useful for roboticists. What are the rules for doing that? Like, as far as what it can be? I've got colleagues who work, for example, in acid water sensing, to be able to, for agricultural land purposes, try to avoid using things like heavy metals and batteries into natural ecosystems. And that's definitely a good thing. But what are sort of ecological constraints on the kind of artificial targets that you introduce to the system? Thank you.
Okay. So I think I heard that. And so for the organizers, I don't know if the mic is getting piped through Zoom. So I'm going to try to repeat the question as I heard it, and you should let me know if that is incorrect. I think the question, as I heard it, was what types of ecological constraints should be considered when performing work in the deep ocean with robots? Is that a correct interpretation of the question?
More so about the limits on things that we might deposit for long-term monitoring.
Sorry.
Things that you might deposit for long-term monitoring, like April tags or other markers.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm sure that hitting the plume, hitting the coral reef with a robot's a bad thing.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So for long-term monitor, this is a great question. So in the water column, this is a difficult thing to do, to place something in there for monitoring, although there are deep ocean observatories that exist, which have these floating moorings, and they typically have these fixed robots, or even, they're observatories. They exist. They're like almost buildings underwater that exist to take measurements. But for the type of scale of work that we do, it is very common for scientists to leave lots of stuff on the seafloor to perform experiments. So some stuff is designed as experiments. So often biologists will deploy colonization tools called sandwiches on the seafloor. These are often structures, maybe, about the size of a piece of bread to the size of a bread box that are left for multiple years. Those often have known scales and dimensions. You could paste April tags, for instance, on them. Markers are often also used. They are not experiments. They are literally just a way for us to flag, this is an event that we've seen before. It has a known name. And if you come across it, some other scientist on some other expedition, this is how you know where you are on the seafloor. So it's quite common to leave things down there. What's interesting is that there's very little work that's been done to understand the impacts that these types of human interventions have on the subsequent evolution of these ecosystems. And this is sort of a nascent question that we're trying to understand better.
Hi. I was struck by the picture you showed of the human-generated trajectory and the algorithm-generated trajectory. And my question is, the algorithm-generated trajectory is still doing a lawnmower pattern. And so is there something special about the lawnmower pattern, or are you open to other patterns?
This is a great question. There's nothing special about the lawnmower. That's just what we did. So when we were developing the chaining work, we needed to have some sort of motion primitive that we wanted to chain. That motion primitive we chose for that cruise was lawnmowers, although in simulation, we've also experimented with spirals, and we've also experimented with totally free-form trajectories in general. The reason that on the cruise we implemented these lawnmower trajectories is that they're super familiar to the scientists. They provide really clear answers to other types of information that we are gathering that is entirely spatial in nature, while we're also collecting water column measurements. So it was this nice sort of negotiation between, we want to do these wacky patterns, but you also have data that you want to collect and be able to parse later. So we landed on these lawnmowers as our primitive, but there's no reason that it has to be that way.
Thank you.
Got lucky, eh? Thank you for the fantastic presentation, Dr. Preston. I have a question about the paths you generate. Do you ensure that the AUV does not get too close to the plume or goes through the plume? Is that a concern for the AUVs, or it doesn't make a huge difference?
This is a really good operational question. So actually, yes, we have lots of concerns about the robot going through the plume. The trajectories are designed so that it goes through, but only in regions for which we know that it is going to be safe for the robot. These fluids, very close to the seafloor, when they're emitted, are somewhere between 300 to 400 degrees centigrade. So obviously, we don't want to put a robot through
Fair
that.
enough, yeah.
So there's a height restriction that we put on the robot because we know how fast that water is going to cool. That said, when we go through plume, while the AUV is underway, it is being monitored by the Sentry team acoustically. So if something were to happen to the vehicle, for instance, it gets confused because the water is too turbid, or it is starting to behave erratically, they are able to safely call off the mission and return Sentry to the surface. So there are these safety aspects to the design, but then also the monitoring of these trajectories.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it works now. Okay, hi everybody, I'm Mirko Kovac, a PhD with the TUM and Imperial College. And today I'm going to talk about my work about multimodal sensing framework for forest ecology. Just to give you a bit of background of forest ecology, the most mysterious part of the forest is the canopy. And yeah, it goes from 20 to 60 meters above the ground, and it's often blocked by leaves and branches. And this raises a question, is how to assess and collect data from such a place. So how ecologists usually do is to use a single rope technique, which, as you can see, is quite unsafe and requires human intervention and takes time and also money. So what researchers are trying to do is to use robots to actually assess this kind of environment, especially drones. So for example, our recent work on science robotics, they use a swarm of drones to actually map the forest, which however creates a lot of noise because of the drones, and it's hard to collect data in this way. So what researchers came up was with a bio-inspired approach. So perching using a drone. So they use a grasper to actually perch on a branch, and then actually quite useful because you can switch off and then you can collect data in a silent way, and then you can fly away. The only problem is that it's limited to branch size, and you got to have a really precise control to actually do the grasping. Yeah, so another way of assessing the canopy was made by this work, and use a tether is perched on a branch, and then there's a robot that actually go up and down to the tree and can do this gradient sensing of the tree. So it can, let's say, can check different ecosystem along the tree. It's quite efficient, and it creates less disturbance than other methods. However, the question is how to deploy it up there. Anyway, you need maybe human intervention. So that's where it comes our work. So we develop a framework which is made also of a drone, a tether, a ring, and a pod. And these are allowed to perch on a branch, and then actually the same pod, can go up and down in the canopy or other systems. So just to briefly say about our system, so we have a drone which is made for the locomotion, and we have this ring which can actually make it go 360 to do the perching. Then we have the tether, which is soft, is used for the perching, and the pod. Yeah, the pod actually has two propellers which can make it yaw and pitch. So we made some tests of this system. So we managed to perch the drone with one loop, and the second, we needed two loops to keep it constant. And as you can see, actually, yeah, we also made some tests with a pod to do the perching and disentangling. You can use also the propellers to do the perch. We checked the energy consumption, and these are some videos actually from ICRA. Demo was yesterday. We made some perching and disentangling. The drone can actually be switched off after, and the pod can make the mission. And then once you are done, yeah, we also made perch with the propellers. Yeah, so this is actually the framework. So the pod can go up and down in the canopy, doing gradient sensing. So what we want to work now is to use the drone, which actually has this ring, which is actually quite interesting because it can keep the tether force always around the center of mass. It can actually go around and also to new trees, so other tree trunks. So to a multi-tree sensing approach. Just to briefly discuss about the energy consumption, this is still not published and still late breaking results, let's call it. So we have different forces applying on the drone. If you actually analyze the energy consumption of this, it depends only on the tangential velocity, the tether angle, and the alpha. And we actually were testing this, and if you actually do repetitive tasks, so such for example a circle, you can actually be able to save a lot of energy with respect to a drone without a ring or tether. So this can, for example, make You can make also within a canopy a circle to collect, for example, eDNA and these sort of things. So yeah, now we want to focus on studying also other agile maneuvers and maybe to find a way to physically interact with the branch and environment, the drone. And with this, I would like to thank you, my collaborators. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Biogeochemical, and this was work done with my advisor, Dr. Rekleitis. All right. So we addressed the informative path planning problem. Dr. Preston set us up pretty well, but just to summarize, we are interested in finding informative sensing paths for robots while accounting for any path constraints on the robots. Our agenda is to find paths that give us data which results in accurate data field estimations. The data fields being things such as soil moisture, or as Dr. Preston said, ocean salinity, or scanning the underwater surface. This problem is usually modeled as a sensor placement problem with path constraints. The mainstay approach to this problem is to select the sensing locations using mutual information. Prior approaches leverage methods such as greedy algorithms, Bayesian optimization, and genetic algorithms to find the sensing locations that give you the most amount of mutual information. But the problem is that these methods are computationally very expensive. We address this problem using sparse Gaussian processes. Sparse Gaussian processes are computationally efficient approximations to full Gaussian processes. They leverage inducing points, which can be interpreted as control points that determine how the approximation behaves. And these inducing points are optimized so that we get the best possible approximation. Our approach, our prior work on sensor placement leveraged these inducing points and used them to solve the informative sensor placement problem. That's where our sensor placements are deployed statically. In this work, we generalized our approach to handle informative path planning. One sec, I'm sorry. Informative. And here's how our method works. We start by sampling unlabeled data points in the environment. These data points allow us to approximate the regions in the environment which we are looking to monitor. We also initialize our inducing points in random locations of the environment. We then use the traveling salesperson problem solver, the TSP solver, to get an initial path. We use all this data to set up our SGP, which has been modified to be optimized so that it can be optimized in a completely unsupervised manner. We also add a distance penalty term, which ensures that, or rather what it does is it penalizes the objective function if the total path length is greater than our distance budget. Once everything is set up, we can optimize our SGP to get our solution path, which has informative sensing locations, while also making sure that our path budget, our distance budget is satisfied. But this method assumes that we are only sensing at the waypoints of the path. That's where we generalize this approach to handle continuous sensing robots. All right, the way we do that is we interpolate additional inducing points alongst our path. What this does is it allows us to account for all the information that can be gathered along the entire path instead of just the vertices. But the problem is that this increases the size of the covariance matrix that needs to be inverted in our approach, making it computationally more expensive. We handle this problem by aggregating the covariances corresponding to the interpolated data points, which reduces the size of the covariance matrix that needs to be inverted in our approach. What it does is it keeps the method computationally still efficient while accounting for the information that can be gathered along the entire path. We can even use this method to model non-point field of view, such as cameras, which have a rectangular field of view. Let's give that a second. There we go. Note that we can also handle parameterizations where we account for the rotation of these field of views, which is pretty interesting. And onto our results. On our right, on your left, we have our approach in a 2D environment for IPP with 4 robots. We see that we have a distance budget that's being satisfied by all the robots, and it's not just being satisfied, we fully utilize all the budget that's available to us while ensuring that the environment reconstruction scores are being reduced. Reconstruction errors are being reduced. On our right, we have a sensor placement problem, IPP problem in a 3D space. What's interesting here is that we model the field of view similar to a camera. So if the drone is higher in the air, the field of view size increases, and if we are closer to the ground, it becomes smaller. To wrap it up, our key contribution here by the key in the workshop is that we just open sourced the Python library SGP tools, which includes implementations for well-known sensor placement and informative path planning approaches. So please do check it out. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angeline Mercado, and I'm here to discuss our work on advancing visual capability and accessibility of lightweight underwater vehicles for marine monitoring and analysis. So, marine monitoring has been marine monitoring and analyzing the vast marine environment is challenging. We've made significant progress with autonomous underwater systems equipped with visual capabilities. However, the high cost of these advanced systems limit their accessibility and widespread use. Our goal is to make this technology more accessible by developing low-cost sensor systems that can be easily integrated into existing vehicles, significantly impacting our understanding of marine ecosystems through visual data. We use our lab's lightweight AUV called Hattori as our testbed. So let's start with the simplest yet most versatile system, the action cameras. So we use a commercially available action camera, the DJI Osmo, to capture high-resolution underwater videos for post-processing. We focus on the downward-looking view as it aligns with Hattori's seafloor tracking feature. So using photogrammetry and structure from motion algorithm, we created a 3D map of the seafloor through Metashape software. Moreover, by integrating georeference data from our autonomous surface vehicle, Buturi, we estimated the global position of feature points in the 3D map, gathering spatial information and allowing temporal analysis of the substrate. So for studying marine life within the water column, we developed a stereo camera system to estimate depth data. As our base, we use StereoPi V2, an open source Raspberry Pi based stereo camera board. We designed the system to fit Hattori without impacting its dynamics, using an acrylic tube to enclose the components. We estimated the disparity map using stereo block matching algorithm and generated point cloud using 3D reprojection. So by applying masking and blob detection, we also separated marine animals from the substrate and measured their dimensions using the point cloud. This also allowed us to count the number of marine animals in the frame, estimating the population in the area. Lastly, we also developed an AI-driven camera system for object detection and tracking. We used OakD camera, an open source AI camera with an embedded visual processing unit for inference task. The components were designed to fit in the similar enclosure as the stereo cameras. So the system sends perception data to Hattori's control system via a connected Raspberry Pi. We deployed and tested these camera systems in different locations across Japan. For the action camera, and stereo camera module, we deployed it around Jinoshima Island in Kada Wakayama near Osaka. Using frames from the action camera, we reconstructed 20 by 2 meter 3D maps of 4 dives and verified its accuracy using overlapping trajectories and achieved a mean relative error of 8.1 centimeters. However, the mean absolute error was 4.35 meters, indicating room for improvement. But with the stereo camera, we measured the lengths of marine animals spotted during the survey, such as the pearl spot chromis fish, black sea bream fish, and a narrow eagle ray, and compared the results with the common species length from online fish database called FishBase. We computed a mean error of 22.5%. We encountered challenges such as delay between the stereo cameras and noisy disparity maps despite image enhancement. For the AI camera system, this is our latest development. We deployed it in Raosu, Shiretoko, Hokkaido, to detect and track red king crabs. So using a custom-trained YOLO V8 model, we initially encountered many false positives. After retraining, we achieved better results with the overall analysis still in progress. In conclusion, we have developed and deployed low-cost, integrable, and accessible underwater camera systems for lightweight underwater vehicles. The visual data derived from these systems can aid in the monitoring and analysis of marine ecosystems, despite the challenges faced by low-cost systems, and hopefully this can be used by the more people for marine ecosystem analysis and monitoring. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Adnan Abdullah. I will be presenting on behalf of my colleague, Shengen Huang. Okay, looks like my Google slide is not working. I have a backup copy here, so let me present from here. Today I'll talk about our research project on dynamic light field sensing and light pollution monitoring. So light pollution, this is one of the problems that deserve much more attention than it gets. Over 80% of the world cities are affected by light pollution, especially from where we are, Florida. It has many major tourist destinations like Miami, Orlando, and these cities are like continuously being light polluted. Light pollution comes with many problems on human health, nocturnal animals, marine and coastal habitats, and not to mention the huge global economic loss. The typical method for light pollution monitoring includes satellite imagery, which suffers from very poor spatial resolution. And then we have some single point standalone sensors such as illuminance meter and sky quality meter or SQM. But these only give you a static sensing, so still limited range of observation. More recently, researchers come up with other platforms such as autonomous rover for dynamic sensing and also some distributed sensor networks. However, these methods also have its own limitations, such as the rover, you can only deploy it on land, so you cannot monitor it on water surface. And then for the distributed sensor network, it requires high power for communication also. So to combine these, we identified these knowledge gaps in the field of light pollution research. That is, there is no long-term autonomous light field sensing method, and there is a lack of dense 3D light field mapping system, and also the involvement from general community is also missing in this field. So to address these challenges, this is the module we come up with. Let me show you quickly the components. It has an SQM or sky quality meter, an IR camera, a low light camera, and everything is connected to a Raspberry Pi, powered up with a rechargeable battery. And we also have a LoRa module for multi-node communication. We also have a mobile version of this module that everything assembled in a watertight enclosure, and then put it on a autonomous surface vehicle for dynamic sensing. So what makes our module stand out from the existing ones? So our module is more portable, deployable on any platform, and it has long-term monitoring capability, also with dense and dynamic sensing. We conducted the preliminary experiments in Jensen Beach, Florida, and Lake Warburg, Florida. As you see on the left picture, we deployed 2 nodes at each of these uniformly spaced locations to observe the small scale and large scale spatial variability. And in Lake Warburg, we basically studied our mission planning capability to do the compact trajectories for high resolution sensing. These are some photos from our experiments. On the left, you can see the standalone module deployed in the beachfront area of Jensen Beach. And on the right, you can see the mobile module on ASV in Lake Warburg. Some quick observations from our experiment. We observed that the dual node that we deployed, it also shows some variability, which is actually more than what the existing studies suggest. We also did some analysis on the historical data in Florida, and obviously we noticed that light pollution is more severe in the urban areas and also the beachfront areas such as Jensen Beach. To conclude, our method gives you more dynamic sensing capability and more dense data collection capability, and it is more reliable, repeatable, and scalable. For the ongoing works, we are working on an interactive GUI that will give the users ability to put its own light source and then get a light field map or estimation for that. I'll be happy to take questions during the poster session. Thank you.
So, can you hear me? Is that working? Okay. Okay, thanks everybody. I'm gonna be talking about environmental monitoring of marine environments, which mainly I'm gonna be talking about the problems of coverage, exploration, and mapping. I should have slides for about an hour and a half. I'll try to judiciously choose. If you feel like some topic I'm going too fast and you want more information, sure, I'll slow down, I'll go for that topic, but that means that other topics not gonna get covered. So let's start from some historical work. A lot of people talk about the lawnmower coverage, it's also called the seed spreader coverage of the Boustrophodon cellular decomposition. It's a complete coverage. It's one of the fundamental patterns that we are using. And some time ago, we looked at the problem of how can we do it as efficient as possible. So here's the single robot coverage, the most basic things. You go on a back and forth pattern. This is assuming that your pattern progresses that way. This is the direction of the coverage. When the connectivity breaks, you consider that to be a cell, an area that you can cover. And then you move forward, you call that a critical point. And then as you're moving forward, you have a cellular decomposition where you have the cells that are cells that you can, areas that you can cover with a simple up and down motion. And then the critical points break the connectivity, change the connectivity because sometimes they break it, sometimes they rejoin. And then we have a graph called the RIP graph where the vertices are the critical points. Contrary to a TSP formulation, the vertices are the place that we're breaking the connectivity, while the cells, the edges are the cells. There are areas where we can simply cover them by going up and down. Now, we wanted to do efficient, and we wanted to know in what order we're traversing the RIP graph. Luckily for us, we have the Chinese postman problem, which is to find the shortest closed path that visits every edge of a connected and directed graph. So similar to a traveling salesperson problem, TSP, which visit every vertex one, this one visits every edge one. Very similar definition, very big change in the computation. CPP, the Chinese postman problem, can be done in polynomial time. So we're starting with a binary map that separates obstacle from free space. We do the Boustrophodon cellular decomposition. As I mentioned earlier, you find the critical points, and then you run CPP on it, and you double the edges that need to be covered to ice, but that not produce any extra coverage, because these cells simply you cover the top part of the cell on the way out, and on the way back you cover the bottom part, so you have no repeat coverage, you don't have any repeat thing. So that makes it very, very efficient. You're using a seed spreader, Boustrophodon pattern or lawnmower pattern to cover each cell. The footprint tells you how far apart these lines would go for the trajectory, so it depends on your sensor footprint. We did that for UAVs, and we did some several experiments over farmland where you collecting data, you can create a map. And then we wanted to extend that to the water. So the water is much bigger environment, the areas are, so we wanted to go to boats, and we had for N robots, multi-robots, and we proposed two algorithms that the main difference, if you want to think of it this way, is you take the whole area, you do the Boustrophodon decomposition, you create a continuous path, and then you split the path in such a way that you're taking into account the time to go from the starting point to the beginning of that sub-path, and then come back, and you ensure that this is balanced. The other one is you decompose the space, you remove you subdivide the areas, and then you run the boustrophodon decomposition on each one of them. Here are experiments when we deploy them in some ASVs, some autonomous surface vehicles. And here is what happens when you do field robotics. A loose screw is enough to mess up your experiment. The data, the red line on the last thing, or the blue line on the middle picture, is the steering mechanism got a loose screw. We found that after, of course. So it was only able to turn left, not right. When it was trying to turn right, it was not going there. So bad stuff. We wanted to monitor for harmful algae blooms, and we wanted to figure out what are the parameters. And we're still studying that effect because they are. It's a very challenging. Talking to the limnologists, the people that study lakes, for harmful algae blooms, I have to tell you, if you have any questions about it, I can tell you the answer right now. It's very simple. Maybe. You're talking to them like, if you have high concentration of this, is there a sign for algae bloom? And the answer is maybe. If this thing happens, maybe. So just keep that in mind. So we, in our search to try to resolve some of the maybes, we are using two different sensing modalities. One of them is high temporal frequency, meaning recording every 10 minutes a value vertically. So we drop a buoy down with several sensors, and we collect data of that. And we also have high frequency, low temporal frequency horizontal sensing, meaning we're sending a boat around to collect data. Here is the outline of the buoy, so that has temperature and dissolved oxygen sensors across, and that gives you a profile of what's going on in the lake vertically. These are the buoys after we pull them out, and as you can see, things that are closer to the bottom, they get a lot more dirty. You have to clean them up every few months, but you get interesting data. For the low temporal frequency horizontal sensing, we have am I speaking for 32 minutes? No. Okay. I had started the presentation 20 minutes earlier, so I had a moment of panic. We're using the YSI EXO2 sonde to collect data, and of course, here is the classical patterns that you can use, as we saw even from the earliest talk. You use either a spiral pattern or the boustrophodon, the lawnmower pattern, or you can do a single transect. The thing is, our observation is that things don't change in the lake that fast. You're not going to find a high pH on one spot and then a meter later a low pH situation. So what we are interested is to find a pattern that would sample the lake representatively, and also pay special attention where are the coves of the lake, where are the nooks and crannies of the lake, where things there have much higher variability than in the middle of the lake where the water stays there and nothing changes. So how do we do that? We start again with a binary map identifying obstacle free space, and for we use a bit of dilation, because I have to tell you, you go to satellite images or Google Maps, they show you where the boundaries are, but if you live in South Carolina, everybody puts a dock or some other structure in the water, and you do not want your ASV to go crash there. So we dilate the map to ensure that we have a safety margin. And then we take the skeleton of free space. The skeleton or medial axis or generalized Voronoi graph are the points that are equidistant from the boundaries. And this gives you a very, very good representation of the shape. And you can say, okay, how about we go sample in that area? But in that case, you have to go sample back and forth on the same area, which is not very efficient. So we came up with a new algorithm which is using the skeleton of the skeleton. So we're finding all the points that are equidistant from the skeleton and the boundaries, not from from two parts of the skeleton, because that's of no interest, but the skeleton and the boundaries. And as you can see, you find a very beautiful path that halves the distance to the shore, or to the, so you sample it a lot more densely through that area, and you can monitor your water qualities by going around these areas. As you can see, the proximity heat map, the area, how far are every area in the free space to our trajectory. As you can see, we're having the hot spots in the middle of the lake, which are not as interested, while if you were doing a regular Boustrophédon path, you would get the hot spots in the coves where there is the highest variability. Now, if you have islands, you have an extra complication, because the path creates several disjoint paths. The skeleton of the skeleton creates several disjoint paths, but you can solve that either by finding the closest point between paths and traversing there, or making something much more interesting of, we just sent it to IROS for next year, where you use a TSP formulation and find the shortest path that goes through all the points. And that covers the coverage aspects of things. Pun intended. I want to talk a little bit more about perception. So I'm interested on monitoring also underwater, especially going into caves, underwater caves, shipwrecks, and coral reefs. And one of the big challenges is that when you go underwater, there is no GPS, obviously, and the vision is quite challenging, low visibility, scattering haze. Acoustics is nice, and it's what a lot of the people use, but acoustic doesn't tell you what is there. You're getting a ping back, you say there is an obstacle there, maybe, but you have no semantic information where you can get that semantic information for vision. So we work on a visual inertial sensor state estimation package. We call it SVIN. It fuses sonar, visual, inertial, water depth, and magnetometer data. And we have added loop closures. Here is an outline of this project. I'm not going to go into details. Here is the results we were able to get with that. This is a sunken bass in North Carolina lake. And as you can see, for anybody that have played with vision-based state estimation, the quality of the imaging is horrible. So we lost track a little bit there. We're coming back around to the other side of the bass, and there is the sun was low on the horizon, so it was giving this glare from that side. As we're coming around, we're coming back to the part of the bass that we have that we started with, and here is the power of loop closure. When we get around back to that stairs, it closes the loop and brings it back all the way back. Then we swim through the bass because it's there and it's fun. And when we get outside, you can see again we have lost track of where we are, but loop closure comes to save the day, and we're getting a very good reconstruction. Now, one of the challenges is, especially if you are doing mapping inside underwater caves, there is narrow passages. It's very difficult to swim, to turn the camera around and look all around. And also, usually in a lot of caves, there is flow. So if you try to stand in a place and look around, you're gonna be swept back. So you have to keep moving forward. And the cave looks completely different on the way in from the way it looks on the way out. And therefore, there is a fair amount of drifting on state estimation over time. And as you can see, over there, we started drifting off. And when we combine visual and inertial measurements, we get much, much more accurate results. we have detected, visual inertial and magnetometer measurements. We're getting much more accurate results. And you can see over there, we have lost track completely of where we were. And clearly, we are always coming back out from the same part of the cave we came in. So it's where it's supposed to be. Here is the results from this is the Devil system in Florida. This is a part of the map. The cave extends a lot more farther down. And as you can see, the green value, which is visual inertial and magnetometer, is much, much closer to what we consider the ground truth, the call map, global optimization results. Now, as you can see there, the map looks wrong. Our trajectory looks wrong. I was told by several much more experienced people in cave diving that this is not the fault of our algorithm, this is the fault of the handmade map, because people pay attention to what they think is interesting, and they hand-drawn these maps to what they think is the interesting part of the cave, and then the distances are not proportional. This is another version of mapping that part. You get a better understanding of what it looks like inside the cave. And mapping, this is a sparse reconstruction of the caves as we are seeing the points coming along. This is mapping a cave in Spain, and what was interesting was the state estimation results that we collected. We did a couple of loops there, and then we came back out. The state estimation results match very nicely the survey done, the manual survey done that was done by Riccardo Costantino. Map representations in sparse. Here is a shipwreck, and the trajectory, we went over it. Here is another representation of a shipwreck where we went around and around. This is Bayesian Queen in Barbados, and you can see the structure in the back of the shipwreck. It's that part over up there with a lot of growth on it, and down at the propellers you can see the same profile in there. We were interested in going into denser representations. So one approach is you take your data and you run call map on it, and you get a dense representation. The problem is that you need to do it for a day or two to do the global representation. We propose that work where we run the stereo reconstruction of using subsequent stereo maps, depth maps in a consistent way, and you can do that at frame rate. So you can see that the reconstruction is not that much off from the 20 hours to do the reconstruction on the left, frame rate on the other side. And as I said, sonar is great, but doesn't give you semantic information. We wanted to do semantic information, so we are looking at what exactly is inside the caves. So the most important thing is the cave line, Ariane's line to get you back out of the cave. That's what we want to use also as a guideline. What is the ground plane? What are obstacles close by and also farther forward? And also what is the open space, so we can guide the robots towards open space. Also, quite important is to be able to identify divers, because protocol in caves is that exiting divers have always the right of the way, and you want to stay out of the way. So we want to be able, the moment we identify a diver, lower the intensity of our lights, turn away, don't blind them, move out of the way, let them pass, and then continue our mission. Semantic information can be also done for corals, and this is some work from my PhD student, my former PhD student, Modasir, which we collected data mapping the coral reef. We identify the different species of corals. We can match this information based on the dense reconstruction pick your own VIO, your favorite VIO package, do the reconstruction. And also one advantage was we were able, by combining the semantic mapping and the VIO information, the geometric information, to identify how many different types of species were there, and also for species that were like brain corals, which are form an ellipsoid, to fit an ellipsoid and figure out how big are these corals. So that would hopefully in the future present great opportunities for coral reef monitoring. And I think I didn't do that badly, guys. Here is my former and current students, and Alberto, who was my postdoc, he's currently faculty at Dartmouth. And several people have helped, collaborators at University of Florida, Delaware, Dartmouth, Stevens, McGill, SINTEF, and sponsoring from different organizations. Questions? So, sorry.
For the planning your routes around the lake, instead of using satellite view, mapped out.
So this was using surface vehicles, and therefore we were going on the surface. That's why we selected that. Looking at the bathymetry of the lake and sending something down there, that would be obviously a next operation, but that would be a different component. Usually, it's not strictly monotonically, it's not strictly correlated, but usually distance from the shore, it is relevant to the depth, if I understood correctly your question. Does that answer, or?
Yeah, I was just curious because in the lakeside, it seems that low-lying or shallow waters have more algae blooms.
Yes.
Deeper. So if you have a better representation of where the depths are.
Yeah, as I said, there is a quite strong correlation, especially given that especially in South Carolina, the lakes are artificial, so they put a dam at one point and then they flood the area. Closer to the source is shallower, so therefore our bias is of ensuring that it goes and covers and goes and samples on all the nooks and crannies. It is actually handles this component.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I have two questions. One was, at the very end, you were just showing some semantic identification of different coral reef species.
Yes.
Where did you get, what was the approach to doing that?
Okay, so this passed through a couple of iterations, and this is a few years back. And as you know, in deep learning, more than a couple of weeks is considered ancient times. So, clearly this is prehistoric times, just to make that clear. But the very first work that we did is we looked at historical data that have been, and unfortunately, biologists like to annotate these things by point annotation. So they just drop points and say, this is a brain coral, this is a finger coral, this is whatever. So we did this, we have this paper at Oceans where you take the point annotation and you can extract block annotation. You create squares of where the different species are. Then we move to the next step, which we actually did annotate the corals themselves. The next iteration would be obviously to look at to do something like segment anything identify the different segmentation and then zoom in and identify the different species. But we were able to identify the different corals on a variety of data sets fairly accurate with these blocks. So then when you know that this part of the image is identifying as brain coral, then you look at the features that were detected from your VIO package from that part of the image, and you color them accordingly because they were part of that part of the image.
Okay.
Did that answer the question?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
good. And then my second question was with your cave diving, you talked about that when you're coming out of the cave, it looks very different visually.
Yes.
Could you not put like what are your thoughts on putting a rear-facing camera and then coming out and doing loop closure that way?
I got that question. I was told that my answer was not very good. It was we presented the magnetometer data earlier this week, and I got exactly the same question. And there are two. So in theory, yes. If we send an autonomous robot in there that is fully autonomous, there is nobody else in there, putting a backward-facing camera with a set of lights pointing backwards, that would work. And most likely it would be, we can employ something similar to teach and repeat. However, until that point, and we are far away from that point, I think, we usually have several people, or at least a team of 2 people, following the robot to ensure that it's not tangled anywhere, to film the robot moving inside the cave, like in this case, I was there filming the robot just behind it. If you put a second set of bright lights pointing backward, you blind the following divers, and also the divers would be always in the field of view. So for now, even though that would be an interesting approach, that is not exactly the same, it is not as feasible.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hi, thanks for your talk. I'm curious about the cave mapping and what kind of considerations you have to take for possible siltation events. I know these are really silty systems, and if you kick up the silt, it makes the visibility.
I should have put some of the videos we collected with Zahid, where we were teleoperating the blue ROV, and it created a complete brownout of the cave. It was quite fascinating. A few components to take into account. First of all, I have to tell you that tether is a horrible thing. You want to cut the tether, and we're hoping to do that as soon as possible. If you are considering this kind of work, you cannot have a tether that is negative buoyant, because that tether is going to drag on the floor. If it is positively buoyant, it's getting out of the way, but it snags on the ceiling. So the divers that I was saying behind, one of their job is also to go and untangle the tether. The second component is theoretically our AUVs or ROVs should be completely neutrally buoyant. In practice, they always tend to be one or the other. In the experiments we did, the robot was negatively buoyant, and that means we don't have to chase it to the surface every time we stop and doing something. The problem is that every time the robot was stopping, it would sit on the floor, then it had to disturb the floor by creating all sort of, by pushing up. So I would say that the simplest thing that I'm proposing to do, and I'm hoping to implement it over the next year in our deployments, is to have the robot to be slightly positively buoyant. So you blow water up, your propellers disturb up, which is not as bad, and therefore you're keeping it off the floor most of the time. Furthermore, we are looking for an aqua vehicle that has a much more agile and much more gentle locomotion mode. We are looking at identifying swimming patterns that would be less disturbing, and also modeling which way the disturbance goes, and that would go to incorporate that into our planning. Hopefully NSF will think that's a good idea and give us money, because we already submitted a proposal to that.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks first of all for the organizers of this workshop. It's really exciting to be here and get to talk to you all. I'm excited to discuss how we're currently using and how we're planning to use autonomous systems and robotics to research and help preserve Caribbean reefs. And I wanted to first preemptively apologize to Yogi that some of this presentation is devoted to asking for better robots and better classifiers. So the US Virgin Islands are located in the Caribbean along the Antilles island chain, and there are 3 main islands, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. UVI is located on St. Thomas, which is also where the capital and the airport is. We live and work right near the reefs where we study, which makes for an easy time collecting time series data and also developing methods. But we're also a US territory that's relatively easy to get to from the US, not so much from Japan. And I'm part of a much larger team at UVI, so this includes these UVI faculty who have various areas of expertise, all related to some discipline of coral reef ecology. So we have also fish ecology, disease epidemiologists, oceanographers, and people with expertise in restoration. So everyone on the team is motivated to help use and incorporate these technologies into their research to help advance their separate subdisciplines. I was a master's student at UVI back in 2017, and I just returned about a year ago as a postdoc after getting my PhD in North Carolina in 2022. And my research focuses on Caribbean reefs, and I specialize on benthic invertebrates, specifically sponges, which were the subject of my PhD. Nowadays, I'm expanding that focus to look more at the system overall and how it functions. And also I'm interested in looking for ways to integrate technology to improve how we study reefs. And this is really why I was drawn to this team. And then rounding out our team are Drs. Matthew Dunbabin and Dr. Grant Ballard. Dr. Dunbabin is a roboticist from Queensland University of Technology. He developed the Ranger bot that really has been our main tool so far. And then Dr. Ballard is from the Point Blue Conservation Science. He helps coordinate much of our work, and he's also come down to the Virgin Islands since he's from here, and he's helped out. We also have several students and technicians who have helped move this research along in its earlier stages, and I'll mention some of them throughout. There are a variety of reefs in the US Virgin Islands. We have a great diversity. So the sites we study range from 5 to 65 meters deep in what's called the mesophotic zone. We also have different levels of exposure from our windward northern sites that are exposed to the northeasterly trade winds, all the way to our southern sheltered embayments, which are more protected, but they're also more subjected to the heat waves and the effects of land-based impacts. We have different management jurisdictions from national parks to marine conservation districts, and these have various levels of fishing protections nominally, although that enforcement does vary. So we really have a great cross-section of sites across which to do these comparisons and these studies of the reefs. The Caribbean has faced multiple stressors both before and since the 2000s, and as I go through some of these, it's kind of a way to show you all the variety of things that we potentially have to respond to and the robust kind of techniques we might need to be able to, research and even, mitigate for some of these impacts. In 2005, the region was impacted by a global heat wave and subsequent mass bleaching. And in the US Virgin Islands, we lost half of all coral cover. And a few of these sites have recovered, so many of them haven't. Around 2010, an invasive red alga from the genus Ramicrusta was observed in the territory. This is an encrusting algae that aggressively overgrows and kills corals. And it's just one example of a few invasives that we have in the territory. A few others include the lionfish, and there's also an invasive seagrass called Halophila stipulaceae. In 2017, the territory was impacted by back-to-back Category 5 hurricanes, Irma and Maria. These storms really pummeled the region. They're very powerful, and they dislodged entire blocks of carbonate from some sites and reduced others to rubble. In January 2019, a coral disease was observed in St. Thomas, actually right by UVI. This is called stony coral tissue loss disease. And from that start in 2019, it really progressed across the territory from site to site. And some species were driven nearly extinct by the disease. Fortunately, this is now mostly endemic, and we also have a way to treat it with an amoxicillin paste. And then last year in 2023, we experienced another unprecedented bleaching event from a global heat wave. Our heat stress in the region exceeded 20-degree heating weeks. Degree heating weeks is a metric of heat stress that incorporates both the duration and the magnitude of that heat experienced. And this was likely, exceeded the levels that were experienced in 2005, which at the time was unprecedented. And this is what one of these mesophotic sites looked like after that bleaching event. This site was mostly spared from the 2005 event, but it was affected heavily by the 2023 event. So all that white that you see is bleached corals. We're still assessing the extent of the damage caused by this heat wave. And this year we could be in for another heat wave. So actually we're in another bleaching alert as we speak, which is the earliest this has ever happened on record. With warmer waters also come stronger hurricanes, which were forecasted to have a stronger than average hurricane season. And we're also on the lookout for this invasive species of soft coral called eunomia. It's also called a pulse coral. This was recently spotted next door in Puerto Rico, and so we're on alert because several years ago, this coral was spotted in and took over many reefs in Venezuela and really affected those reefs. So there's concern that this could happen here. And we have these posters posted around the island being on the lookout for this coral. So given these and other stressors, it's no surprise that coral cover is dramatically reduced on Caribbean reefs. Just to give you some high-level facts and figures, historically, we think that coral cover exceeded 50%, so it was the majority on these reefs, but that's been reduced to about 16%. This is from 2 independent studies. I don't really like to post exact facts for these numbers, but the fact that these 2 studies both agreed on that, then I thought this was worthwhile showing. And this is relatively similarly abundant as sponges on these reefs and about half as much as macroalgae. So this is really why I put coral in quotes in coral reefs there on the bottom right. So monitoring and surveys are how we know how these reefs have changed over the years. The Territorial Coral Reef Monitoring Program, that's our local program. This is established in 2001, and it now includes 34 sites across all 3 islands. And each year, we annually survey and gather information about the fish communities, the benthic communities, as well as different abiotic variables, like temperature and currents. I'm going to focus on benthic surveys here for now. These surveys take place along 10-meter-long transects, marked by permanent steel rods in the reef. So we do drive large steel rods in the reef, and that has some impacts to the reef, but speaking to Steve's question from earlier. For coral health surveys, divers record the species, size, partial mortality, bleaching, and paling condition, and the diseases and interactions for each corals that intersect with this transect. We also collect demographic images to do some population monitoring. So this started with 11 sites back in 2010, And then last year, we scaled this up to all 34 sites using photogrammetry to help collect the 3D imagery on these systems. And I'm helping to standardize and scale these methods across the region. Finally, benthic cover surveys are conducted from images collected from filming along the transect and identifying organisms to the lowest possible taxonomic level under points that are randomly assigned across an image. So yes, there's definitely some limitations here. And the people that complete these benthic cover surveys can identify corals to species. That makes sense when these systems are coral dominated. However, in these images, you might only see 1 or 2 corals per frame. So in this example, there is only 1 coral, Siderastria radians, in this bottom right image here. On the other hand, there are at least 8 distinct sponge species. And unfortunately, in the benthic cover survey data, these are all labeled as sponge. So we have decades of data, but not that much taxonomic resolution, which is a major issue. And we might be losing a lot of detail that could be really valuable on these reefs, and especially where these invertebrates and other invertebrates are equally, if not more abundant than corals. Currently, these monitoring techniques also only incorporate that 2D planar area. And for coral reefs, this is a really 3-dimensional structure. And that 3-dimensionality is important in and of itself. So we can, if we can measure, rugosity from our 3D photogrammetry, we can also look at cryptic diversity. These are other, motivations for us to incorporate these imaging across all 34 sites annually. And these are areas where I believe robotics and automation could significantly improve on these existing survey methods. UVI researchers began incorporating robotics and uncrewed systems into their research in around 2022, so relatively recently. That's when the team of ecologists began working and collaborating with Drs. Dunbabin and Ballard on work involving ranger bots. And though this presentation doesn't really focus on the oceanographic side of our research, this year was also when Dr. Doug Wilson and his team established the Ocean Glider Laboratory with support from an NSF Major Research Instrumentation Award. So the fleet so far includes some Slocum gliders, 2 of them in the glider lab. These are capable of CTD and dissolved oxygen profiling, current profiling, and passive acoustic monitoring. We also have 3 ranger bots, which are these vision-based robots. And they're pretty modular and adaptable, which is nice. Our newest addition is a blue ROV, which I'm proud to say that I put together myself, which is an accomplishment for me, not a roboticist. So this is really helpful, we think, for some operations like shore-based work, seagrass surveys, looking at coral restoration success, things where we might just want to do a quick check of any of our different sites that we're looking at. And another system that we're getting soon is a micro AUV called Hydrus. We found this appealing because of its small size and fully integrated parts, like all of the navigational components, and also its 4K camera. And we're looking forward to using this to helping help us do this 3D mapping of these systems, specifically to deploy alongside divers who are conducting more traditional survey methods. Our field operations so far with ranger bots have highlighted some really important considerations. So here's a video from last year's test. RangerBot has really good obstacle avoidance, but at some sites with some different low elevations off the reef, the soft corals and even the sargassum algae on the surface got entangled in the propellers. And I can see this being an issue with anything with the propellers on these robots. And during another deep water test about 20 miles offshore, we experienced this really freak squall with torrential rain and high winds. And the RangerBot in the water was at about 100 feet at that moment, and it was coming up. So we were at that time relying on it to come up on its position that we were hoping it would, and being able to deal with the strong currents and wind that had picked up. We were able to recover it, thankfully, with our reliable signal. But these are just some crucial things that happen. These are conditions that we encounter in the wild that we can't really correct for or get around. So these are things that we have to be able to trust our robots to do what we're asking them to do. Also, battery life, hard drive storage, and durability are important because we often take these things out on long 8-hour field days in sometimes rough conditions. In terms of form factor, like I said, the compact option is really nice because we can have a 2-person dive team on one of our smaller boats, which saves us a lot of money, and we can do some of our work from there. And so this is just some different things that we've had and come up against with developing some of these projects. Our most successful use of these robots so far has been monitoring of fish spawning aggregations along the shelf edge on the reef offshore. Here's a video of endangered Nassau grouper on deep mesophotic reefs, showing the lead up to thousands of these groupers gathering on one point called the Germanic Bank to spawn. Dr. Rick Nemeth is interested in using these ranger bots to study their spawning behavior, identify individuals, and observe their courtship colorations. So these individuals normally just have regular stripes, like kind of zebra stripes, but when they're spawning, they have these different courtship colorations that denote their different, reproductive statuses. So this is an important and interesting way to collect information about the, reproductive status of these populations and their behaviors during these events. And these all happen at 150 feet or so. So typically before robots, any kind of research on these systems has required technical diving, even rebreather diving, to be able to fully observe them. Additionally, spawning typically occurs at dusk, which is another level of risk for these divers in the live boating operations going on above them. So the team has deployed these ranger bots along these shelf edges, and former master's student Jenna Sheremy actually trained an AI model on that imagery and previously collected imagery to identify grouper and snapper with about 92% accuracy, which is pretty good. This is still in development, and we hope to eventually get it to the point to identify grouper species, courtship coloration, and even individuals, because the stripes on the individuals kind of look like QR codes, so they're very unique to that individual. And then this can give us some really good information about the populations of these species that are poorly understood and until recently were endangered until spawning sites such as the one on the Germanic Bank had been protected. On the coral ecology side, we have another group using ranger bots on mesophotic reefs to image and identify corals. This is the focus of current master's student Zach Gregory's work. After some initial challenges, he's having success with his coral model, which identifies the genera Orbicella and Agaricea. Some of the lighting conditions have been a problem. At these deep reefs, the light does, it gets pretty dark, so these images aren't always really high quality, but we're, getting better and hoping to collect more data soon. Eventually, we aim to overhaul benthic surveys and one day make them fully automated end-to-end, and the plan is to use these Hydrus AUVs to film these transects and produce high-resolution 3D models. We already are building methods and 3D models using handheld cameras. So here is Mary Shoal. This is an offshore reef off the south side of St. John. This was during the heat wave last year, so there's all these white bleached corals in the image. And what's really neat is that in this model, we can see and identify all the species because the quality is that good. And it's also getting better. We have recently got funding for a new, better camera to hopefully improve resolution as well as throughput because it doesn't overheat as easily as the one that we currently have. And then so ultimately, we aim to replace robots, divers with robots for these tasks, and then automate a way to segment and classify benthic components with high taxonomic accuracy, and not just of corals, but of different, under-recognized, under-identified groups like sponges, zoantharians, gorgonians, algae, etc. And then automate this with the right approach. Now, what approach that will be remains to be determined. I'm keeping, my finger on the pulse, and I've learned a lot this week about things like deep lab and neural radiance fields, and I'm excited to look more into those. I've also recently found on Twitter this video showing this system called Deep Reef Map. It creates 3D point clouds from uncurated videos using deep learning-based structure from motion and simultaneous semantic segmentation of benthic classes. So that's from a recently published paper in Methods in Ecology and Evolution. So I'm excited to look at these tools further and see which ones might be best for our purposes and which ones might be most scalable, because that's ultimately our goal, is to do this across 99 transects and 34 sites across all of these different environmental conditions. And if anyone here has input or suggestions, I'd love to hear your ideas. And then once this method is figured out, it'll not only expedite our benthic cover surveys and make it easier to do this monitoring, but we'll also have new opportunities to collect other types of important information and address other knowledge gaps. So this is just a figure from another recent paper showing some additional information that you can extract from this type of work. One of these is coral recruitment. This is a major knowledge gap in our work because it is extremely hard and laborious to count individual coral polyps on these sites. We have some ways to approximate recruitment by laying out these settlement tiles and counting the number of corals that land on them, but we've only done this at 6 of 34 of our sites so far. So other groups have used fluorescent imaging systems, such as this one, to help find recruits, and that could be something to consider to put on a robotic system. This method could also help us catalog competitive or facilitative interactions between species. So this is something that I'm personally interested in, and it would be valuable if these AUVs could seek these different species pairs, virtually tag them, and then come back to them at some point to revisit and monitor which ones won or lost in this system. Epibenthic biomass is another, seemingly simple variable that we just don't have that much information on, believe it or not, because it's really destructive typically to collect this information. You have to collect everything that's growing down there and measure it by displacement. So with 3D modeling, we could really scale this up and, collect that biomass and get an approximation of biomass on these reefs. There's also structural complexity, which can tell us all kinds of things about the types of fish and invertebrates that are living in these reefs and their ability to support those organisms. And finally, with repeated measurements, we can create time series to track ecological succession and also detect changes on really small scales. So as a side project during my PhD, I helped develop a method to measure individual morphological changes in sponges over time, to compare healthy and recovering individuals, which is what you see here. We did this by superimposing meshes from different time points and measuring the point-to-point distances to see regions that grew or shrank. And so we could scale this up to a reef patch and get some really interesting, outlooks on how these reefs change before or after an acute disturbance, for example, or just from year to year. So these improved, benthic or demographic surveys, along with the new variables that we might be able to measure as a result, could improve our understanding of reef health overall. And this is something that I've spent the last year really grappling with while working on this project called the Virgin Islands Reef Resilience Study. For this project, we are aggregating data from several sources and doing this unified analysis to find the drivers of reef resilience, starting with the 2005 bleaching event, and then looking at how reefs either resisted or recovered in the decade after that event. So the first and most difficult task in this has been to figure out how to even measure resilience. Most studies typically use the recovery or resistance of corals as some metric of resilience, which we might do to some degree, but it's also worth mentioning that most sites neither really resisted or recovered after 2005. Also, the sites that did appear to recover or resist had pretty low coral cover to begin with. So it raises the question, are these sites really resilient, or did they just have less coral to lose and get back? That's a pretty bleak outlook, but there's also some realistic optimism here, I think. Some reefs, even with low coral cover, may not be doomed. They still can support high biodiversity and healthy fish communities. And the key is to find these bright spots and be realistic about what we have. We can even view them as these novel reefs, these new ecological entities with different species and structures. And instead of focusing only on coral dominance, we could look at the overall health of the system. In November of last year, we had this workshop where we surveyed 30 experts about and asked them to help us, come up with different ways to look at resilience. So we asked them, what metrics other than coral cover do you think could measure reef resilience? And we got a variety of answers and had some great discussions. But this reminds me of that critical question from the workshop about the scientific gaps of knowledge, and everything that I highlighted in their answers is something that I've mentioned could be addressed using robotics or automation. So these are just, some helpful ways that could help us get at that resilience question and disentangle this data. And with respect to the critical questions related to disentangling this data, we are developing and updating these methods of metrics of ecological health. to reflect these modern reefs and, as part of our resilience study. So this is a good time to consider how to bring automation into our work and as we work on updating how we're thinking about these reefs. And then with respect to funding, I have a longer answer to this, but most relevant is that last year our reefs were declared as national natural infrastructure, which opens us up to funding opportunities through agencies that we weren't previously supported by. So in terms of bringing robotics and ecological research together, of course, workshops like this really help. Also, I think that forming lasting collaborations requires scaling these tools to demonstrate their utility. For example, integrating with local monitoring like TCRIMP, because we conduct these activities annually and we have a record of how much it costs to conduct these surveys annually. And so by automating these surveys and scaling, we're not only testing the methods across that variety of reef systems, we can also put a dollar figure on the amount of money it saves. And I think that would help create a shift in attitude towards these systems for ecologists who are really, I think, tend to be stuck in our ways. And I think this could help, move the needle on incorporating these things into these long-term big projects. And then working with local teams is a good way to help, maintain lasting communications and also, continually refine and be able to improve these methods because we can go out and throw anything off the dock that we want at any time. So if any of that sounds appealing or relevant to you, we're seeking collaborators, and please reach out to me if you're interested. And otherwise, thank you for listening.
Thank you. This was an amazing talk. I have a question that has sort of come up when I talk to reef ecologists, which kind of popped in my head when I was watching your talk. Like, you had interactions as one of the things listed. And I suppose some of these could be also considered interactions between colonies of, and then my question is, how do you determine boundary of a coral colony? Like, how do you measure, like, if, let's say, even if I ask the question, distance between, because there seems to be some ambiguity, and is that something that has come up when you're kind of doing semantic mapping, let's say, or considering disease spread or other factors?
Yeah, so some corals and other organisms have really well-defined boundaries, and that makes for easy segmentation as well as monitoring of overgrowth interactions. Others is kind of fuzzy. So, I think in my master's, I had looked at the effect of Lobophora on corals, basically. And this is an algae that overgrows corals, and it's leafy. And so basically just looked at one point-to-point distance to what we approximated as that boundary. And so it is kind of a subjective judgment call that you have to make. I'm sure there might be a way to make that more, strict. But typically, it's a pretty, fuzzy process for us as well.
Got it. Can I follow up on that quick?
Yeah, sure.
So you were saying that as a first approximation, like you would consider point to point, and then in 2D it could be considered circles or polygons, and you are already doing 3D analysis. So you think this is kind of an open area
definitely,
between roboticists and ecologists to talk about.
So yeah, we can do point to point on 3D or 2D. And so for my master's, we did point to point over a 3D surface. So we were looking at the extension over the spherical structure of the coral by the algae.
Okay, we'll talk more.
Yeah,
thank you.
Good.
Hi, very nice presentation. I have two questions. The first one is, it reminds me a little bit of what is done with the National Ecological Observatory Network, like NEO. Are you aware of that, and do you think it fit, or how does it?
Is this another large monitoring program?
Yeah, large scale to monitor the forest, like forest change in the US.
Okay, you say forests?
Yeah, I think it's only land based.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not too familiar with terrestrial systems. There's not a lot of overlap between terrestrial and marine ecologists, unfortunately, but these are things that we could definitely look into. You said it was NEO?
NEON, National Ecological Observatory Network. So it's I think it's funded by NSF, like over multiple years to have organization collecting data and making that available open source to scientists. So it seems that it's the same kind of need that is needed here. And my other question is, can you comment a little bit more on like how much appetite there is for actionable items? So I think we can develop a lot of science, but I like to think of it as driving some decision or some change, and often I feel that there is not a lot of desire to make things change. So it's sometimes lead me to question why we are doing all that work, all that science work. I mean, I believe in it, but I like when I can see it go all the way through.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with you. I think the attitude is slowly shifting and people are becoming more aware of these new techniques and tools and actually the benefits that they can actually have and the measurable improvements that they can have. So, I mean, I know I definitely relate to the whole, not feeling like everything's going all the way through. I think that we have an opportunity to really get these things incorporated into these programs. I think starting with our smaller monitoring programs like TCRAMP, there's the one over in St. John that, we have there's another group working on. And so there's, a lot of opportunities there. And then from there, that'll pick up momentum and get taken into national monitoring programs. So that's, I think, a good way to get that, more into the system.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Really interesting work. I was wondering to check the wealth of these coral reefs. Have you ever tried to use different kind of sensor like sampling, water sampling, or like check oxygen levels? Did you ever try these methods?
Yeah, so we have at UVI, the monitoring work that we do annually doesn't involve a lot of the water sampling, but there are side projects and student projects where they sample these other characteristics. My PhD actually collected seawater from sponges that they were pumping out and used metabolomics to look at those things. And there's a whole other field now looking at dissolved organic matter moving through the system and how more healthy systems have lower microbial activity in them. So yeah, there's definitely ways to incorporate other variables and sampling techniques to measure the health of these systems. Right now, I think we're just focused on the kind of incorporating this stuff into what we're doing already on this scale.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we'll get started. All right, well, hope everyone had a good lunch. Now I'm happy to introduce Professor Chris Heckman, who is a professor at CU Boulder. He'll be presenting on field robotics in degraded rangelands. I guess caves now.
Figured I would talk a little bit about the platforms.
All right, floor is yours.
So happy to take over. I don't know, I have my video on, but I don't know if it's on the screen right now. So, but anyway, so I can get started. So hi, everybody, and thanks to the organizers for putting together this workshop. It's been very fascinating to watch some of the speakers so far, and I have immense respect for everyone who's here. It's quite a lineup of speakers. So I'm honored to be talking a little bit about some work in degraded rangelands that we've been doing. And I did add the caves component just because I thought, like there's actually the history of this project that I'm going to spend some time talking about. I think it's important to discuss it a little bit. So I'm going to go into that background. But I should also mention that this is definitely not mostly my work. It is very much on the part of one very ambitious graduate student who may be in the room or may be currently having lunch, named Preston. She's gone through a lot of trials and tribulations on this project. So hopefully I'll give a flavor of that. And actually many of these are, what she has previously presented on as well. So maybe I'll have a different tune on some of it. But so the goal is to basically look at these save degraded rangelands. And what does that mean? It's like there's a number of rangelands on the planet. Basically, rangelands are areas populated by native vegetation. They're grazed by domestic or wild, mostly animals. And so rangelands cover an enormous amount of the planet, basically like 40% of global land area. They support 38% of the global population of animals, and including humans. It's estimated that 20% of these rangelands have become degraded due to basically like our making mistakes. So poor land management, increased development, all sorts of like things where people like drive ATVs. In fact, one of these environments that we operate in is right outside a very popular ATV driving location in the state of Utah. And so, these degraded rangelands essentially end up being unable to recover from, naturally recover from their lack of vegetation. It's sort of a surprising fact, at least was surprising to me, that like a grassland like on the left, if it gets to a certain place, then moisture no longer gets captured in the soil, and then it's actually really difficult to reverse that decline. Because more sun hitting the soil means less moisture, more evaporation, more coverage means less evaporation, and then basically, you end up with this bifurcation, it's typically like a saddle node type of bifurcation as it might be modeled. What I said though was like the start of this project actually was like not me thinking with Kristen about how to go out and save degraded rangelands. It happened actually because we had this one other project that was going on, which was basically exploring caves. And, we had to build a lot of platforms for that. And the platforms were highly performant in cave environments. And we thought, what can these platforms do that is like different than caves? And, I'm going to talk a little bit about the tech that we built our project on for this degraded rangeland revegetation project, and the challenges there. But I really think it's important to mention, like, these platforms were like engineered for a different purpose. And I think it's really difficult, at least as like an academic, to imagine like scaling from starting your lab to like, I'm going to build something that's operating in the field. Like, I think many of us in the audience, in the room, have had to do something like that, where it's like, I have nothing but cash, and now I need to go and I need to build something that's going to go in like the right direction. And you only get one shot, right? So you kind of need to go in that direction the right way. And so that's sort of like the reason why I talk about this. And like, I want you to be thinking about like, the tech that is necessary to make these things happen as I go through this small introduction. So like, we were interested in doing this like cave deployments. We had multi-robot operation. These are long-term operations in environments that we don't have maps. We need to look for things that are useful, and then we need to report that information back. We have to have super accurate localization down to like survey grade, so that we can actually say like, this thing is here. And somebody's interested in exactly where it is. So it was like, deploy these teams, go into the environment, go for a long time. That was the original. I have not changed this slide since when we talked about DARPA Sub-T the first time. And we built out 2 different platforms. On the left, we built out a ClearPath Husky platform, and that worked pretty well for like flat ground. And on the right, we built out like a Boston Dynamics spot platform, which worked great in like built environments and even over rubble and all types of crazy stuff. But the point of this was like the vehicle on the right, the Boston Dynamics spot, did not have a great payload, and it was not highly configurable. Like, as you can see, this backpack was not like something where you can like slap a bunch of other stuff on and then like press go. On the other hand, the left platform was like, we put these communication beacons on through enormous effort, I'll say, but like it was doable. And so we had the idea that like this left platform is actually quite configurable, even if it had some like, terrain challenges. We built out entire perception stacks to be able to operate in these environments, things that would give us high accuracy localization, like Ouster lidars, cameras, flash lidars, all sorts of things, high accuracy IMUs. And we fused these all together for local state estimation and sort of awareness of the environment. We built out traversability mapping pipelines based on what are the normal and the curvature of different types of features in the environment, so that we wouldn't get high centered on something. And we fused that into occupancy maps, and we used that for safe navigation. And then finally, we built out a human interface that would allow us to sort of like navigate through these types of environments with like some interaction with a human telling us, what to do through pushing these like sorts of buttons, like, oh, do this here. Here's an e-stop. Here's a waypoint. And that goes back to this problem, right? So this degraded rangeland revegetation problem is like, it's actually a multifaceted problem. I'll talk about more of the background there and sort of some of the technical ingredients that were necessary to make it happen. But I also want to focus on like that we built a world-class, I thought, platform for DARPA Subterranean Challenge that ended up doing not very well in this environment. It is really hard to build reusable components for autonomy anywhere, as far as I'm concerned. And so, like we like to think that the types of things like high accuracy localization systems that we want are going to be, performant in many different cases. But in reality, like this is not a cave. Obviously, no surprise there. I'm sure that's, many people are sort of rolling their eyes in the audience, but that means that like a lot of these types of, things that we build, performance enhancing like, components in multi-agent autonomy for long-term operation in sparse environments without maps doesn't translate. And that was sort of like a lesson for us. And I think a useful lesson for us to take away of like, what are the core components and necessary capabilities we need to build? So let's go back to that rangeland motivational problem, right? Okay, so how are degraded rangelands repaired today? Well, basically conventional farming techniques are very ineffective in repairing these degraded dryland environments. Things like, heavy drill seeders that are brought in to be able to say like, oh, I'm going to plant like I would plant a cornfield. It simply doesn't work. It reduces soil and water retention. And the image on the left is a big drill seeded plot that we surveyed in May 2022. And you can see here, under this big drill seeder picture, there's basically like very little success or what we call plant recruitment that resulted from the drill seeding operation. A similar type of like approach might be just like essentially flying an airplane or a quadrotor, a hexarotor here, over the environment and like dropping seeds. And in fact, that is also done. And these are not very effective in these dryland rangeland, like degraded rangelands. They're pretty effective in some environments, like they can work pretty well, and they can work in different like related applications. Like the one I always think is crazy is like, dropping the like little fire bombs on like stuff that you want to like, catch on fire and then, have a controlled burn. But, it's thought that this method is basically ineffective because the seeds don't find appropriate what are called microsite conditions for germination. And microsites are the presence of vegetation or other types of protection, or basically the ability of a certain site to retain water. And in these dryland ecosystems, the retention of water is like crucial, as I mentioned previously, which is what results in that sort of like that energy well of being unable to recover from being degraded. There's other components to this, like microbiome health, soil compaction, whether or not there's native seeds available. But this is an important aspect of what it means to, being able to, it's hypothesized this is important for being able to have a truly successful degraded rangeland revegetation project. So, our ecology collaborators on this project have told us that basically it's been shown that microsite availability is a critical bottleneck for plant recruitment in other environments. And when rangeland ecologists engineer microsites, it's shown to be very effective, much more effective than broadcast seeding alone. And so, what by that I mean, like, there are many different ways we can potentially resolve like this engineering problem. Like, oh, I'm going to go in, I'm going to create microsites. One example is this like fairly basic, what's called a ConMod or connectivity modifier, wherein like it's just like two sheets of essentially like a kind of like a high density metal, but like with little pores on it. So wind can blow through it, but dirt gets stuck on it. And so what ends up happening is these stop erosion a little bit because no longer can dust just sweep right across the barren face of the environment. Sort of deposits on either the windward or leeward side, depending on the conditions of this microsite, this ConMod, and then it creates its own little microsite there. So people actually are going through like in places in different parts of the Colorado Plateau, including nearby where we did some of this work, to be able to like set these down, and lo and behold, wow, look at the results. It's pretty remarkable. So microsite, at least an experiment can be run that if one creates a microsite in an area, then there's the ability for some plant recruitment. So this is sort of like, some background here. So what's wrong with these processes? The traditional agricultural approaches, human labor, the development of, the idea is that we could build autonomous robots to be able to do this, right? And we need them to be precise and intelligent and be able to work at large scales. And so we were thinking, at least we could come up with a proof of concept wherein we would say, like, we could build a robot to do that. Precise and intelligent intervention means that traditional agricultural approaches don't work. Large scales mean that human labor is not a serious contender. This is actually an image. I should probably go back. This is actually an image from like China, where like the government is paying people to go in this desert and try and figure out how they can revegetate some of these deserts. I don't know what the success of that project is, but certainly, it's not scalable across the globe. And so, there are some open questions about how we might be able to do this with autonomous systems is the idea. But to do so is not at all a trivial task. And so if we'd have to uniquely identify vegetation, very accurately localize the surrounding microsites, and then we could basically like potentially identify the relevancy of microsites to plant growth outcomes. Since this is actually itself an unanswered question. That's sort of a remarkable thing, is we are trying to address a scientific question and an ecological engineering question simultaneously. Where should we be putting these microsites? And also, like, how could we go back and monitor that to see whether or not that's actually being effective, so we can collect some signal there. So that's sort of the idea. So that does mean that we get this like precise and intelligent intervention. Potentially it's scalable. Obviously robots can be built and they can be scaled up. Certainly in scaling, there's lots of challenges. Have had plenty of experience with that in previous work with Amazon. And so, there's just, but at least we can start answering some scientific questions here. So here are like the top level takeaways from our experiment. And I'm going to go into some more detail again. This is all Kristen's work. So if she is in the audience and you get the chance to, chat with her at the break, please do. But some takeaways. We deployed it to a degraded rangeland for over 2 years. Same rangeland, 10-hour drive from Boulder, Colorado. but it's a very useful site, and it's actually partnered with the Nature Conservancy, which means that like they are very interested in answering scientific questions. The first takeaway was that unique plant and microsite identification is pretty challenging, and we were also having challenges for autonomous vehicles in these degraded rangelands. So let's talk about each one of those things. This is like an example picture of what this environment looks like. There's a Canyonlands Research Center. It's located in the Bears Ears National Monument, which is outside the Canyonlands National Park, the Needles district of it. There are 2 districts. And so there's this, like, it's essentially an old cattle ranch. It's located 90 minutes from Moab, southeastern Utah. It's very inconvenient because of its remoteness. It's a prime example of degraded rangelands, though, because it was an active cattle ranch for more than 50 years, which means that it's like a normal place where people were just having cattle, was not like engineered to be degraded or something like this. So it's just an example. And here's an example of what desolation truly looks like in the middle of southeastern Utah. In case you've never seen it yourself, there's like, one road, which is a 2-lane road, and it really, is kind of in the middle of nowhere. And then there's just like a huge amount of dirt. And this is actually like a pretty good looking plot. It's actually some plants here. So that's sort of the place where we're operating. And we had 2 different platforms that we were prototyping on. The first was like, okay, it's even too hard to like ensure that we can push a button and turn on a computer. Like, because what if we don't have like the appropriate peripherals available? Well, that means it's like a 4-hour drive to the nearest like electronics store. So we actually like avoided as many electronics as possible in the first iteration, which was, very delightfully named Restore Cart in 2021, which is a super high tech, wagon. I'm not kidding anybody. Okay, fine. It was a wagon that you pulled and a computer and a few sensors. And we were just trying to collect the data we thought was necessary in order to answer some questions like, where are plants and can we measure them over time? And where should we then be thinking about interventions? Later, we deployed this Restore bot, which essentially was, as you probably can recognize, one of our hijacked sub-T robots with a big computer in it, plenty of sensors, and all the different types of power electronics we needed to be able to operate many different sensors on top of the other sensor stack, while also getting like odometry and getting some new lessons learned on whether or not terrain was traversable, et cetera. And so that was the evolution of that platform. And just in case it's not very clear yet, here's like a nifty diagram that Kristen drew up about like, what was the timeline? It was essentially first we plant. So we actually are going in and planting down seeds as close as we can to native seeds of, and we're taking a measurement. Where did we plant? And then we say, okay, I'm going to go back next season. So this is February to November. So just a little bit later. And then we are like, about 10 months later. And then we say like, did we see anything come up? Okay. And then we go back after a winter, which usually like in the spring, more plants would recruit. And then potentially, after another growing season in the fall, then we would collect another series of measurements and figure out where there was plant recruitment. This is a very important problem. Again, it gets to like, where is it useful to be able to plant? Meanwhile, we were like collecting information on the local microsites, which we'll talk about in just a sec. So the evolution of the platforms, this is just like, a little bit of a data stream from what was going on this Restore bot. We had the LiDAR. Wow. Like try doing LiDAR inertial odometry out here, like absolute garbage, right? So basically, we're relying on something else each time we go out. This LiDAR was not very helpful. In fact, we tried adding like additional targets to it. We tried like looking at different features. Sometimes there'd be like a fence and we could align against the fence. But as you'll see in a second, like our requirement for localization accuracy was far too great. So what were the needs? Like the data processing pipeline was, we wanted high accuracy vegetation and microsite mapping. That required, and in the end, what we used was essentially a visual odometry package. And we said, okay, I'm going to have some labeled image masks. That is like places where we think that there are plants or cracks or dips or litter, like different types of features that our ecologist colleagues find to be most relevant for whether or not the microsite is favorable for plant recruitment. And we're going to continue, like, doing some localization to be able to identify for that cross-seasonal data association where that microsite was. We had two options for that based on tech we had built: LiDAR inertial SLAM and a high-resolution RTK GPS, something we can go out and buy ourselves. So, less than 10 centimeters robot localization error is actually really hard in these types of environments. A high-resolution RTK GPS can sometimes pull it off, but then we need satellite corrections. And so that ended up being a little bit of what our processing pipeline was. Meanwhile, for our labeled image masks, we wanted to be able to say, like, here where the cracks and litter and dips and everything like this, like I mentioned, we used the flash LiDAR to be able to get the topography of the dips, and the rest of these we were hoping we could do image segmentation on. And so we built out, like, essentially a classifier segmentation system to be able to get those image masks, and we had to do some hand labeling ourselves, obviously. The experiments, originally we planted, we hand seeded into a wide variety of these microsites. We took surrounding measurements of the images, figured out what was going on. We used a forward-facing mono camera and a downward-facing camera so we could see where we were planting, or at least go over the place that we were planting. And then the forward-facing we thought would be useful for sort of getting orientation, and maybe there were some other kinds of, like, features on the ground that we might be able to collect from the forward-facing images, like, for instance, whether or not we were in the rain shadow of a shrub, or wind shadow of a shrub, or maybe near a shrub, which would provide us some protection. Those were some other issues that our ecologist colleagues thought, oh, that might be useful. Here's the upshot, is that, from planting to first season, we actually got 0% plant recruitment, which was no reward signal. Like, nothing came up, right? Which, of course, is like, that's what's going to happen when you go out and do these actual field experiments. You can't control it. We actually even watered over that season from February through the summer into November, and there was still 0% plant recruitment. We had what was essentially like a truly, it was an unprecedented drought in the Colorado plateau. And so we were actually still kind of in it. We had a good year last year, but for the most part, we're not seeing very much water, which means that nothing is going to come back even if we water it. That was pretty sad, but that's kind of one of the unfortunate risks of operating in these environments. So then we went back and we said, okay, we're going to observe naturally occurring grass seedlings to see if maybe they will come back next season. We collected some data, and we used these reflectors, hopefully, like, hoping that might help with our LiDAR-based state estimation. Turned out wasn't quite there. They were not very helpful for precise localization. And then so we ended up trying a few different things, like agricultural grade RTK GPS to resolve some of those issues. We used an additional couple of imagers to be able to think maybe there was some, like, visual tracking we could do for high accuracy localization. And then we went out and basically did an additional cross-seasonal data association. So even what we found was that this RTK GPS fused with LiDAR inertial was not very helpful. And as you'll see in this plot here, data collection was over about 5 minutes for this. These orbs around the GPS measurements are the covariance measurements for GPS. You can see that they're enormous, way too large for us to be able to get anything close to the 10 centimeters we needed. The major axis, the covariance matrix, is about 20 centimeters in this case. And the bottom line was that localization alone cannot be relied on for mapping of microsites. We couldn't get high enough accuracy localization in these types of environments. So that block is not easily solvable. Meanwhile, matching measurements using visual odometry is also not that easy. We have a little question that we sometimes ask people that think that maybe visual odometry could work. Here we are taking 30 frames per second images, and these are a few different sequences of these visual odometry measurements. As you can see, looking down, we would have to probably put the camera, like, way up high, which probably would also be a problem given how much wind is in this environment. So we had our share of struggles. I'll be honest. Like, matching measurements across seasons was something that is not easy at all. Like, we were saying, okay, maybe we would take, like, these image centroids at 5 centimeters apart and ask ourselves, are these two actually a match? It's actually hard to tell, right? Like, maybe some litter could have accumulated, maybe some plant died across different seasons. So just in fact, like going back from one season to another, there's actually quite a bit of dynamism on these environments, which means like just doing straight up image matching is also not going to work. So, I mean, these are kind of still open problems, honestly. Like we had some issues related to localization, and then we also had some issues related to segmentation. Sometimes we were able to get pretty good segmentation on things like, you know, cracks in the ground. But then even like vegetation would be based on like, you know, aliased sort of like parallax on the image. And using even like, you know, state-of-the-art segmentation tools, at least at the time, or even like, you know, doing some color filtering, got us to the place where like maybe we would sometimes be able to get something that was alive that we could label. So anyway, that was sort of like some lessons learned from all of that. In the end, you know, like we were able to collect some like desired centroids like on some of these plants and do some localization, but just like localization of the plant in the frame from frame to frame. But that wasn't good enough to be able to do cross-seasonal data association. The one area where I feel like we may have done like reasonably well was being able to do some training on what is relevant for the scene for recruitment, identifying places where there is litter and crack. These are different examples of like, you know, how our deep neural network was able to find out whether or not there was, you know, one of these features available. And so, you know, like on some of the like vegetation, we were able to get pretty good accuracy. Other cases where there are cracks, you know, the amount of false positives were super high, but false positives aren't the worst thing. False negatives would be worse if it were sort of like overwhelming the noise. In this case, the rate was pretty good. So where are the gaps? Like I kind of wanted to give like a big overview of like how we built the tech and why we built it the way we did. But I also want to say like, you know, there's actually some really big problems still existing in the field, I feel like. And RTK GPS may be a solution if it means that like we can tune a little better. And if we can operate in certain types of environments, probably not in a place where there's like no cellular and we have to use satellite, and all of a sudden that's not scalable because it costs like, you know, $100 a month for a subscription, and you're talking about many robots. I don't know if that's like a great idea. But localization alone seems to not be enough to uniquely identify plants in these types of problems, which means we need to be able to do something even better than that. And relative localization plus maybe some additional sort of like artifacting on external artifacts might be helpful. State-of-the-art in image segmentation alone is very not well suited for identifying plants. So I think that, you know, I've seen quite a bit of work recently on plant segmentation, which might actually be somewhere that we continue needing to make developments on. And then the visual distinction of plants is difficult even for a human. So these are just like a couple of examples and takeaways. Like we probably should place additional constraints to uniquely identify vegetation or microsites. And when we go out into the real world, like to do this type of work, it seems like that's like those external artifacts might be helpful. And then we think that there are a couple of other places where this can be done, like more robust mapping across seasons, which is definitely an area of research that I feel like, you know, we're looking at right now, like looking at that cross-seasonal data association problem as a localization and map matching over different seasons, as well as identifying plants by collections of features, like, you know, kind of almost like a bag of words approach, but more hierarchical. And so with that, once again, I want to say a shout out to all the collaborators on this project. It's been a very challenging, very rewarding project to work on. Our collaborators are great, and I think there's still a lot more work to do. Obviously, we're excited about, you know, where this kind of project could go and how it could change these degraded rangelands. And always looking for collaborations too, if there's anyone in the audience that says like, oh yeah, this is like a really compelling project and I think I might have the right component for this. So with that, you know, maybe there's some time for questions, but thank you for listening.
And
obviously, if you're talking, I can't hear you because you're muted, but you could always ask the question. Maybe on chat or something. I mean, or is there someone in the audience? Are there two hosts in the audience? It appears there are.
Try now. I don't know why this is echoing.
Select the mic.
How about now?
How's this? Oh,
Perfect.
yeah.
Wow.
All right. Good. Don't touch it. All right. So very interesting talk. Thank you so much. One thing I had a question about was, in sub-T, for instance, a lot of people made custom vehicles. Some people tried to buy off-the-shelf vehicles, but had to modify them. Like as far as like rough terrain, uneven terrain, difficult to traverse terrain, what's the state of like off-the-shelf vehicles? Do you think that they're available, or there's still a lot to be done there?
Yeah, so platforms, I see Steve McGuire's in the audience, and he could talk your ear off for platforms. So as far as platforms go, like, I think I am surprised that there are still robotic platforms being innovated on, and I'm very pleasantly surprised, obviously. Like, we recently got like an Ackerman steering type robot, and, it was relatively cheap. We were able to put it out like a ClearPath Husky. So like, on the one hand, yeah, there's like, there's still platform development going on, and the platforms we have are fairly performant. Obviously, the Boston Dynamics Spot is like an incredible platform. The platforms that were built that were sort of custom made, like as an alternative to Spot, is like quadruped or hexapods. Like they were also highly performant. I think the big question though is like, what about this type of environment, right? We always are asking ourselves that question, like, how does this platform either help us or hurt us in this environment? Wheel platforms, super nice because the control problem is no longer something that you need to like heavily engineer around. I think we never took the Boston Dynamics Spot out to Utah, but I would be surprised if it had like significant problems out there. At the same time, like, it doesn't really have the same type of payload capacity, which means if you wanted to do half a day's work, you're basically hosed. You're looking at like 90 minutes at most for the Spot platform, based on what payload we put on it. So yeah, I guess there are still some really big gaps if you're trying to do certain tasks, but at least for us, we found the platforms available to be performant enough. Hopefully that helps. Like it's on the other hand, like, there's no formal analysis tools that we can use for this, right? So even in sub-T, we basically like threw the kitchen sink of platforms at the problem at one point and like had to live with that. And we basically downscoped once we figured out which ones were actually good. But we did have to test a lot, which was very difficult for us.
Great, thank you. I guess a round of applause again for our speaker.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. So for our next speaker is Professor Payman Moghadam, who's a principal research scientist at Cicero Data 61 and an adjunct professor at QUT. He'll be presenting on harnessing the power of human robots teaming for environmental intelligence.
Probably need your help for the setup. Switch. Can bring mine.
Do you know what the magic, like, is it just the fact that the USB-C connector is doing something funny? Yeah, can you test yours really fast? Sorry, give us a minute. Okay, so we have one. There you go, something detected. Oh, did it work? Yeah. Oh, great. or coffee break in a little bit. So our next speaker will be Professor Mirko Kovac from the Imperial College London and Swiss Federal Laboratories for Material Science and Technologies, or EMPA. He will be presenting a talk on bio-inspired drones for environmental sensing and manufacturing.
Good. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. It's my great pleasure to present at the last afternoon, so I hope it wasn't a long conference. I hope you're still full of energy and inspired on the topics. So I'm very inspired about the idea to use bio-inspired robots to do environmental sensing. Why bio-inspired, and why do I write biodegradable here? The basic idea is that we create lifelike robots. So robots that are really integrated into the life cycle and behave and are built like natural, like artificial animals, and can like this take samples, collect data in the environment without influencing the environment negatively. So ideally they would live, fall apart, biodegrade, relive, regrow, and collect data and provide valuable data to the humans altogether in the process. I'm professor at Imperial College. We work on various robots to do water sampling. As you see on the top, we have robots that can crash into objects to avoid to mitigate the impact with the environment. Robots that can adhere to structures or manufacture structures. And we would really need a new computer, I think. That's one of the things. There was some issue before. I'm sorry for this. Just 1 second. Thank you so much. Okay. Right, thank you. Yeah, so with the lifelikeness, we also have to accept the inabilities of certain systems, right, to operate all the time. And basically the idea is this. So we have different types of robots that can engage with the physical environment, and they can also manufacture in the environment, like the top right 3D printing drones. So I will not talk about those projects, but I would like to emphasize the work that we are doing together with Empa, which is a material science institute in the ETH domain in Switzerland, where I set up a laboratory of sustainability robotics. And Empa is a material science institute, as I said, with about 1,000 employees. It's very good in material science and in impact generation with these works. And overall now we teamed up with EPFL, where I start a position later this year, with the mission statement to create robotics and AI solutions for to measure, modify environments and deliver sustainable outcomes. Now those are aligned to the United Nations SDGs, but it's really quite broad. It can be on water health, climate monitoring, but also it's about aging assets and infrastructure repair. So how can we create robots that can address this, and how can we think of sustainability and robotics and the interface of the two to really create a scientific discipline at this interface that we can call sustainability robotics. Now, the method of doing that, so how can we create such lifelike robots? This I try to explain here in this paper on physical AI, which is basically the method of co-evolving the materials, the operation of the robot, the design of the robot, the control, to create those lifelike systems. So one example is this. Let's say we want to create a robot that can fly in fire, let's say in a forest fire or in a tunnel fire. For that, it's not enough to just take a material and put it on the robot. It's not enough to just take the robot and kind of design the robot to do this. We really need to co-evolve the materials and the robotics together. And here we built a new type of aerogel. So it's a fiber-reinforced polyamide aerogel, and the robot structure and design to address this requirement of operating in very hot environments like here in the fire, as you see. So this is an example. It's a philosophy of how to build lifelike systems. And then we have a variety of use cases from infrastructure sensing to environments and so on. So I would like to start with one of them, just to give you a brief overview. And here the idea is to do forest sensing by having robots that would deploy various sensors, mobile sensors, gliding sensors in the environment that then would take some kind of readings from the environment while minimally influencing it. So they would biodegrade over time. Now, how can we make them, first of all, functional, but also second of all, biodegradable? And this really connects to the overall themes of environmental sensing. So there's been quite a lot of thirst of novel technologies, environmental sciences, and it's relevant to air, land, water, variety of platforms. Many of them are off-the-shelf platforms or adapted platforms. But really, I think there's a lot of scope of adaptation by having new types of platforms, new capabilities, new systems. Now, the things that we might want to sense include tree biopsy, plant health, ash dieback estimation, biomass, biodiversity, extreme event monitoring, and so on. So we developed a variety of methods how to do that, from visual methods, camera-based, vision-based methods using different forms of machine learning, to placing sensors or perching to the environment to collect samples or data in situ. Now, one example of visual methods is here, where we took the data set from WSL, which is a scientific institute in Switzerland that focuses on forests, for example, and like this has a lot of those data sets that are manually labeled. Now, of course, it's very expensive, as you know, right, to label manually all these data sets. So we augmented the data set with a synthetic data set based on a game engine here, where we can simulate different trees and tree densities. With this, then we have a trained model that we can use based on the YOLO kind of machine learning framework to then integrate this onto the drone, and then we have a relative and absolute estimation of the tree leaf density. So this means a drone can fly through the forest, can collect a video, and this video can be then analyzed with this algorithm to get an insight on how much leaf density these trees have lost. The loss of this tree leaf density is correlated to, or can be correlated to ash dieback, which is a disease that affects about 50% of ash trees in the UK. So it's a convenient method to do these things very quickly using an automated tool, just using visual monitoring. Now, visual monitoring, however, is not enough, right? Ideally, you have satellites, visual monitoring, and samples all together, right? You want to ground truth all of those kind of non-contact-based methods with contact-based methods. So here the idea was to create a robot that can fly, stabilize itself, and then place a sensor remotely without having to fly very close to the surface. So it flies, detects the environment, calculates the trajectory, and shoots a sensor to place it with a precision of a few centimeters on a few meter distance. So it's a dart-based system, but it's autonomously able to calculate that and can be a method to really reduce the need for manual intervention. And especially across the height of the trees, this can be very important. So here we use this method and placed sensors across the canopy, so on different heights of the canopy, which can be done quite easily without having to climb the tree as typically ecologists would do. So what can we then sense? So one thing we sensed here was to use acoustic signatures. So we do acoustic recordings, then use an algorithm called BirdNet to identify the bird species and what's the abundance of the birds, so how many are there and how many species are there. And so we can then quantify this across the canopy, across the layers of the trees, of the forest. And showing that it can be used as a method to quantify biodiversity by doing entirely automated sensor placement. So this already, I think, can be valuable for ecology, getting better data, more data, less invasive data, less expensive, less time-consuming, less risky data sets. Okay, so one step after that, or further than that, is the idea to not just place sensors, but think of the robot as a sensor that then perches to the environment, reducing the need to fly, so it can stay longer, but also doesn't have the complexity of placing the sensor remotely. So here we build a full-body metamorphic robot that can hug the trees, like a tree-hugging robot. It really likes the trees. And it does this by having these composite structures that can adapt to the different geometries of the tree branches, and then fly, take off, and even do this dynamically from flight, crash landing into the structure, like this, remaining aloft and then flying off again. So this is early work. We're continuing that. We have various versions, how to do this autonomously, dynamically, and so on. Good. So basically, we are moving from, in ecology and environmental sciences, we are moving from manual placement of sensors to now having robotic assistance, like some example here, as I've shown. There are also many others. But then what is after that? What's the holy grail of it? Like, how can we get to this lifelike nature of them? And this I would call transient robotics, where the robot is not just manufactured, used, but it also biodegrades. But it doesn't just stop there, it also regrows and then can fly or operate again. So really ideally closing the life cycle on those robots to make them lifelike, capable, and useful. Now, towards that, we are working for about 5 years on biodegradable robots. There's a variety of methods out there on biodegradable electronics, batteries, actuators, sensors, some platform work, but I think there's a lot of white space there as well. Basically, the hypothesis is that cellulose-based materials can be used to fabricate smart, transient robots that can collect ecological parameters. Now, we used cellulose because cellulose is a very convenient, abundant, functionalizable material that can be used across the sensing, actuation, and structural realms of robot design. And that really is the essence of robotics, right? It's a structure, actuation, and sensing, and the interface, or kind of the overlap of that, is the robotics capability. So I can give you one example on each of those, just to give a flavor on the approaches that we're taking. Now, on the structure, we focus on cellulose-based composite cryogels, which means that we use some gelatin solution. We then mix it with microfibrated cellulose suspension. We mold it and then freeze dry it, and then can create those type of foam structure or porous structures that have certain properties depending on the mix that we use. This you see here in this compressive strength density diagram. You want to be as close as possible to the middle line, so strong for being light. And this methods, as published in this paper, is actually very comparable to the best composites in the field. So this method works for lightweight, strong structures. It also can be used and can be triggered to biodegrade. We really want to predict the biodegradability. We want to show that it can biodegrade at a certain target time so that we can predict the operations of the robot. Good, so the sensing can be done with ink, so carbon ink, for example, that we can screen print, or we can inkjet print, and we can then create those kind of robotic skins, as you see here, where the wing is made of cellulose, the surface is covered with ink. We can have electronics to do some kind of proprioception on the robot. The actuation can be done with humidity-triggered composites, where one layer is expanding because of humidity or contracting. And then like this, we can create deployable sensors, as you see on the top right, which is basically a petal-based system that, as it gets humid, opens up and exposes a pH-sensitive chemical, like litmus here that you see in red, to measure the pH levels of the environment. So the entire glider is biodegradable, fully material-based, and can do some kind of simple sensing in the environment. So it doesn't need electronics for that. Good, so this is some example. Again, it's about closing the life cycle and creating those types of robots that would live in the environment like artificial animals. The future, and I think it's early days for this type of work, but the future can include novel types of electronics, platforms, and also biohybrid systems. So robots that are using microbial fuel cells or microorganisms in them. So this is something that we are actively exploring. Good, so the second example I would like to share with you is the idea to use manufacturing in the environment. So imagine you have an environment, you have the robots that should now live there, right? So autonomous, lifelike robots. But how can they create their habitats? How can they create their nests and their environments to actually operate in? Now, this is illustrated here, where we could have flying robot that creates structures by themselves, collectively, maybe even using environmental material for doing so, and like this create those type of habitats or structures in the environment. Now, this is inspired from nature, and we wrote a review paper here in 2019 on what kind of principles from nature we can copy to make those types of robots. The type of principles include decentralized control between the agents and local communication by modifying the environments. So using stigmergy. So you modify the environment, based on this modification, the next agent can be informed of how to take the next manufacturing step. And by doing that at scale, it can lead to very complex and intricate structures that are very robust to failures of individual agents or some centralized controller. The robot we built in this vision is a flying system that you see here that can stabilize an extrusion head and deposit material with a precision of a few millimeters. So it flies, deposits materials here in the piano curve, and the material is developed specifically for that using fiber reinforced cement material that is very high performance and lightweight, and like this can harden enough to be able to make layers, building systems, as you see here, as a proof of concept. We can expand this further to more complex materials that are more complex in their behavior. Let's say you want to 3D print with growing material or with material that is biological or difficult to predict. We then integrate scanning vehicles that can scan the print, so it prints, then it scans it, and then based on the scan, it can then inform the next printing step. So it's exactly this stigmergy idea of modifying the environment and using that as an information of how to print next. By doing that, we can show that the process can be scalable even if the material behavior is complex or unpredictable, or if the environment is unpredictable. So it prints, scans, and like this does it 72 layers. In this example, 2-meter height, tower. We stopped at that height, but it could also do that at different scales, at higher scales. So it keeps on doing that. Yeah. Good, then what about multi-agent systems, or what if you want to build something larger? Then we can work with also those type of multi-agent coordination that can allocate print jobs dynamically, and then depending not just on the structure that has been printed, but also depending on the charge state and material carrying state of each agent, it can optimize the overall collective behavior to manufacture structures quickly, robustly, and so on. So this is an adaptive swarm network that is developed for this project that can allow us to do that. So this work was published about 1.5 years ago, and really is a combination of material science, hardware design, software design, architecture, and so on. It also was exhibited in the Architectural Biennale in Venice for a couple of months, 5-6 months last year, really showing, to study how, or to demonstrate how we can transform architecture. For the workshop today, however, it's more architecture or design habitats for robotics. And I think that's quite interesting, that the robots build their own habitats. Okay, so the last topic I would like to touch upon quickly is the idea to use drones to do water sampling and water health monitoring. And it's something we work on for a while on the robotics side, but it has a lot of interest on the environmental sensing side too. And for that, we worked, for example, here with EAWAG, which is a water sciences institute in Switzerland, where we looked at we built a robot that can fly, land on the water surface, and then deploy an underwater vehicle, as you see here. We call this the Medusa robot, and it can basically underwater deploy itself, have full position control, and onboard thrusters to move underwater while having energy supply and communication supply with the surface vehicle. So the testing looks something like this here in a beautiful summer day in Lake Zurich. So it flies, it lands, and then deploys an underwater pod. This was a new embodiment of the robot, which was focusing on water sampling as water filtering. So it had 2 pumps. It can filter the water at different heights. And based on this, we can then measure algae growth. The idea was to study chlorophyll A parameters to correlate to algae growth and these toxic algae that are infesting a lot of the waters. So with that, we published this as well in this journal, as you see here, validating it against manual methods. So manual sampling as well as this tool give about the same data, which means it can be a tool for doing this type of measurements. And I think that gives us some hope that these tools are useful for the community. Another example related are vehicles that can fly, land on the water, reconfigure the wings into sails, and then take off again after that. So the idea is this, that it lands on the water, then the sails become the wings become sails, and then it sails over many kilometers on the water surface. So this we tested here in a lake in Croatia, which is a natural protection area. And so we were able to do the bioacoustic measurements of bird species. Now, because of the silent nature of the sailing behavior, we are able to mix or mingle with the birds, not disturbing them, and like this collecting data or some bird species that other ecologists who are in the area who do manual sampling said they were not able to collect manually. So this again gave us hope that mobile multimodal platforms with some kind of stealth or kind of low impact behavior, as here sailing is, could give us better data, more data, and novel data. So these are some examples. We have worked on other aerial aquatic vehicles. We wrote a book here that summarizes some of this. So if you're interested more on the robotics side, please have a look at these references. Now we are continuing that, going from sailing to fully soft and fully biodegradable as well vehicles in a new project that just started last year, where we look into those type of sailing marine animals and flying squid, flying fish, diving birds, where we use the same principles to do this kind of multimodal behavior, and like this to monitoring our coral reefs on the water surface as well as in air. So that's a 5-year program that has started last year. So with this, I would like to just finish with one initiative that we are building, which hopefully can be also helpful and useful for the community at large. So it's a collaboration platform that we are building, a new testing facility in Zurich that can also be used by you, but also different collaborators, industry, and so on to validate and study certain systems. Now, this is called the Drone Hub, and the idea is that it bridges the gap between indoor flight arenas and outdoor flight arenas. So there's been a lot of flight labs that exist around the world, a lot of fields and forests and so on, but it's missing the kind of systems that you don't need flight permissions, that are still outdoors, where you can test and validate new ideas, but are still controlled and give you the data to kind of study and characterize your robots. So the idea is this, it's the Drone Hub, and it's located on the Nest building. The Nest building is an experimental building in Zurich, in Empa campus. The whole thing is located in Zurich, next to Zurich. And basically, each unit in this Nest building is an experimental unit that was co-developed with industry and academia, showing some form of novelty in building technologies. So for example, the one in front you see here was done with ETH architects and Holcim or other companies, showing how little material can be used to make those double curvature roofs. Now, this is the headquarters of us, so that our lab is sitting inside of this. And next to this is a gap here for opportunity for a new unit. And the new unit we are proposing is the Drone Hub. And the Drone Hub will have 3 innovation elements. Number 1 is a facade for manufacturing, 3D printing, as you see here, which will be modular. You can replace all of those modules. It can be 3D printing of greenery as well, or green plant-based materials. Then the second is an biosphere to study biodegradable sensors, sensor placement. And the third will be this interaction with the facade and have residential systems that live there, act, have a sensor actuation loop. So sensing the environment and then acting based on the sensing. So again, the facade residential systems that can perch, sense, act based on the sensing, the biosphere on environmental sensing and validation, and the biodiversity monitoring should be part of that. And the third is the continuation of our work on 3D printing, looking at swarm-based construction, habitats, nests, and so on, where the robots build their own nests. So with this, I would like to thank the funders as well as the team for the work over many years. And also, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for a great talk. I think maybe to try to reclaim a little time, we'll allow for maybe 2 quick questions. Okay, I guess I'll ask one quick one. I think something that's really interesting to me is this sort of construction and additive manufacturing and how that relates to the sort of environmental monitoring question. Like, have you thought about how construction can be used for maybe like mitigation efforts or like interventions essentially in that context?
I mean, there are 2 directions. One is the direction of ecological living, where you want to make infrastructure in natural environments that are minimally invasive. And for that, you need new novel methods of manufacturing, because you cannot just cut the whole forest and then build some blocks there for humans to live. So there's an element of natural sensing and human environment symbiosis where this can be useful. The second question, which is more scientific, which I'm inspired by, is this idea that robots build their habitats. So they need protection environments where they can grow, where they can learn, where they can harvest energy, harvest materials. And it's like a form of farming, or like animals build nests and habitats. Why should robots not do the same and create their own colonies and environments to then kind of grow and develop? So scientifically, in the long run, I think that's a very exciting question and direction to go to.
Hello. Cool talk. I'm curious if you know of any cases where biodegradable sensors or biodegradable robots have been deployed for data collection. And if not, what areas you see as particularly promising for that from like an application standpoint?
Right. So where was that? Sorry, just to find this. So there have been some work on those kind of seeds that can do some simple functionality, and but in short, it's lab-based greatly, or some kind of proof of concept based. It's not like commercial scale, as far as I'm aware. So there are components, but the fully integrated biodegradable system I'm not aware of would exist. But I think it's also very difficult. You need a motor, battery, everything to be biodegradable. So maybe we can start with a lower ambition, saying 90% needs to be biodegradable. And that was our approach with the gliders, where let's say the motor or the battery is not biodegradable, but 90% is. And that already is better than having 90% not biodegradable. So I hope over time we can leverage the advances in biodegradable electronics, which is advancing very fast, and then build commercial systems that are, let's say, have this safety factor built in. So you operate, and even if something happens, you don't pollute the environment, or you pollute it minimally.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I guess we'll hop right into our lightning talks. The presenter for marine animal tracking method for autonomous underwater vehicles using multi-beam imaging sonar. I think Sewat Chun can come up. And I guess while we're at it, if under-actuated biomimetic autonomous underwater vehicle speaker could also queue up sort of along the side. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sewat Chun from the University of Tokyo. And today I'm going to introduce the marine animal tracking method for autonomous underwater vehicle, AUV, using multi-beam imaging sonar. So for surveying marine animals like turtle or shark and penguins, the prevalent method has been the biologging, which is attaching the tags on the marine animal. And these sensors can, with the biologging, we can obtain the various information from the animals. But this method has some difficulties. For example, attaching or recovering sensors, and because we should capture the animal at least at once. And also, it can somehow give a stress to the marine animals. So we're gonna propose the remote method by the AUV using the multi-beam imaging sonar. So for this method, the most important point is how to detect the 3D position and how to track in 3D manner. So we're gonna show this method. Using the multi-beam imaging sonar, we use the YOLO model, which is the AI algorithm, which can detect the position of the target in the sonar imagery. The YOLO model is basically designed for the optical sensors, but if we train this AI model with a sonar image, then this AI model can detect the target in the sonar image. And we can now know the 2D position in the sonar image, but basically this multi-beam imaging sonar only can observe the 2D horizontal space. So for the 3D position estimation, we make use of the tilt control of the imaging sonar. So sonar moves like scan up and down. So considering the tilt angle of the sonar and the output of the YOLO, the AI output, then we can know the relative distance of the target from the AUV. So for the state estimation, we want to estimate not only the position of the target, also we want to estimate the velocity or the orientation, the pose of the target, like a yaw angle, a pitch angle. So we use the particle filter algorithm, which is the sort of the Monte Carlo algorithm, which expresses the possible state distribution of the target with the numerous particles. And when the observation comes by the sonar, then resample the most reasonable state of the particle. So we can estimate the most reasonable state of the target. So in this process, we can improve the accuracy of the position of the target and also estimate the velocity or orientation of the marine animals. And after we get the position of the target for the tracking, AUV controls is the surge velocity and yaw angle and depth to keep the target in the center of the sonar view. It is quite simple, but it is useful tracking algorithm. Then for now, we're gonna show the video for our experiment scene. Yeah. So this is the animation of our core algorithm. We use the tilt control of the imaging sonar, so we can estimate the 3D position of the target. So this is our AUV. The name is Triton, which is equipped with the sonar. And example of the sonar image from the AUV, the YOLO detects the position of the marine animal, so we can estimate the position in real time. So we did a tank experiment, which is the 50-meter length huge tank. And this is a Triton, and we used the turtle replica, which is the almost same life size with the real turtle. So we set the various paths of this turtle moving. the moving horizontally or the moving vertically. But for the other cases, our AUV succeeds in the tracking in 3D manner. Yeah, when the turtle going depth, our tilt control sonar can estimate where the depth of this target.
Sorry, I think we're out of time. But...
Out of time?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So thank you for listening to my presentation, and please see again at my poster session. Thank you very much.
Could also a mobile robotics solution for dense water quality sensing speaker queue up?
I'm trying mine. Let's USB-C. Yeah.
I think your laptop is same as mine.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Sandeep Manjana. I'm from Planck University. And this is the work done by my undergraduate students. They couldn't come because they have exams going on right now. And the objective here is basically to develop under-actuated, efficient and biomimetic robot to monitor underwater ecosystems. So why is this important? Basically, we don't want to use cluster-based robots for monitoring ecosystems because they're scaring the animals, or also they're producing a lot of audio disturbances, as presented by Yogi in the other work last year. And then also impersonification actually of biological life makes the biological ecosystem be more natural behavior, be at their natural behavior, and that's the data that we want to actually collect and observe. And so just making a biological system, it's also not ideal, because we are roboticists, we want to make it efficient and more sustainable. So we want to reduce the number of control points. So that's what we are presenting in this work. So basically we started by kind of making a mechanical system that is a gear system to go from oscillation motion using a servo motor to a continuous rotation motion translated to a oscillation motion. So this is just a gear mechanism that students built. And the second part is reducing the number of control points on a robot. So this is a simulation that we are using. It's called Fish Gym. And here we are actually, in the left one, you can see like we are controlling 6 different joints, and then we are reducing it to controlling single joint and using RL algorithms to learn the controls for this single joint. And we tried, this is a project in progress still, like students will be working after their exam on this. So we took koi fish model from Fish Gym, and we tried deploying PPO with different reward systems. One was for cruise efficiency, how fast can you go from start to goal. So as you can see, like, of course, the one with lower number of joint controls will take longer to converge to a good reward. And also it's not converging to a higher reward as a single joint one, because with single joint, what happened is like the fish really learns to go fast and reach the destination very fast within a given time. But with single joint, what happens is it goes pretty slow. But if we can look at both the motions, like the second one with single joint looks more closer to the natural behavior of a fish compared to a first one where it's actually bending really fast. So one question we are trying to answer right now is, how do we actually design a reward function for such a mechanism? And because we don't want to reach the destination fast, what we want to do is we want to mimic the natural system as much as possible. So we are working on designing a good reward system for this and doing the same training on using a different reward system. So please stop by at my poster for more details here. Thank you.
Thanks. I guess also could the next speaker for enabling high-resolution mapping of trees queue up as well?
All right, hello again, everyone. I'm Adnan Abdullah from University of Florida. I will talk about our research project on mobile robotic solution for dense water quality sensing and monitoring. I think we are all aware about the importance of water in our life, so no need to talk much about that. Water quality is regularly being affected by many natural phenomena as well as human actions, such as over-irrigation, chemical from industries, oil dumping, and other waste from marine vessels, etc. Especially from where we work in Florida, it has a lot of lakes, springs, oceans, bay areas, and the water quality has been a significant problem there over the past years. Now, the traditional water quality monitoring process was completely human-centered, which means a group of people collects the water sample from the water body, then they perform either lab-based testing or on-site testing. So, of course, it comes with its own limitations, such as it's labor-intensive, time-consuming, and the measurement you get is too sparse. So that's why researchers have developed many robotic platforms for water quality monitoring. The robots can minimize the human labor. It is capable of doing dense and continuous water quality monitoring, but still there are some limitations that we try to identify and address in this work, such as most of the robotic platforms are limited to the surface, which means they are either surface vehicle. So they are unable to do 3D sampling. Some of the robotic platforms are too heavy, like a huge boat, so they are not easily one-man or two-man portable. And also the autonomous mission capability that they come with are somewhat limited. With these things in mind, we design our own low-cost, low-powered water quality module, which is compact and portable to many of the existing robotic platforms. So this is the sensor suite that we built. It has 6 water quality sensors as of right now: DO, pH, TDS, temperature, turbidity, and pressure. The analog sensors are being sensed by the onboard microcontroller, Arduino, and then we have a Raspberry Pi for data storing. We also operate a Pi camera, and the system is powered by one single battery. Once we have that water quality module ready, now we can port it to many of the robotic platforms. From left, this is a custom-built surface vehicle. We named it Snowboy, not because it travels on snow, just because it's white. Then we have the Blue Arrow V2, and the third one, we have a stationary buoy. All of the platforms are designed with different goals, different experimental goals, such as the ASV unit will collect data from water surface, the Blue Arrow unit will collect data from water column at different depths, and then the stationary unit will record data at a fixed point. We did preliminary experiments in 3 of the sites, 2 from Florida, an ocean bay, a natural lake, and also an artificial reservoir in Virginia. The experiments had different goals, such as to observe temporal variation, spatial variation, water column depth variation, and also the autonomous mission planning capability. One of our key focus was to ensure dense sampling, as dense as possible. So for the surface experiments, we correlated the timestamps from GPS log and the timestamp from our collected data to ensure that we can at least get a sample set per 2 seconds. For the underwater experiment, we used the depth sensor, and we were successfully achieved 1 sample set per half-meter depth. I'll quickly go over the experiments. The first one was the temporal variation, where we just put the static module in a 1 feet depth, and just checked for any anomaly in the data. As you can see, the data is mostly consistent here. For the surface experiment, we used the Snowboy, and we traversed it in a loop-shaped trajectory in the water reservoir and collected the data for over an hour. For the depth experiment, we used the Blue Arrow V2, and initially our plan was to just do vertical dive and going up, but as you know, Blue Arrow V actually cannot do that perfect vertical motion, so we ended up with V-shaped trajectories, and we observed that some water quality parameters actually vary a lot along the water column depth. Last but not the least, we used the autonomous mission for the ASV, and for this one, we used a closed water lake because there are less waves, less currents there, and we tested how accurate we can get in terms of GPS. So most important thing, these were very preliminary experiments. So what did we find? The first thing is we observed some interdependency among the water quality parameters. And also these parameters, some of their certain levels can actually influence the microorganism growth, such as algae bloom and cyanobacteria. Specifically the water reservoir that we worked on, it has a lot of algae bloom at that time. And we believe that this kind of complex relationship is actually very hard to find by human-operated sparse measurement. That's why the robotic solution have actually a lot of potential in this field. Our system still have some limitations because we are using off-the-shelf sensors and probes, which are somewhat error-prone. Sometimes they require calibration before the experiments, and also the motion planning capability is not as good in the turbulent water. Right now we are working on adding much more sensors and also building a tri-thrusters propelled underwater ROV to replace the blue ROV2 with this one. Thank you. I will meet you with the poster with any questions.
Thanks.
Get our speaker for store button also queue up. Just queue up, yeah.
All right, this seems to work. So, 1 second. Good. Hi, everybody. My name is Francois Pomerleau. I'm a PhD student from Penn, and on behalf of my colleagues from the University of Pennsylvania, the University of California, Merced, and Virginia Tech, part of the IoT4I consortium, I'm going to be presenting some of our recent work on enabling high-resolution mapping of trees in forests and orchards. So I want to start motivating why we do the work that we do. So here you can see one of our collaborators, Professor Corey Green from Virginia Tech, doing a breast height measurement on one forest tree. This is a manual operation. It's very time consuming. And also, if you want to measure diameters or the height of the tree, sometimes you have to cut the tree and do the measurements manually. Obviously, this is a destructive operation. But we also have other operations in agriculture that are time consuming and that are difficult to do manually. So in this case, we have pistachio tree early on the season, and you can see that it's very difficult to differentiate the fruit from the tree itself. But what we're asking as a research group, the questions we're asking ourselves is like, all these are labor intensive and time consuming tasks. How can we get robots to get actionable information at scale? And when we talk about actionable information, we talk, for instance, if we know how much fruit we need to harvest, we can plan how much labor we're gonna hire for harvesting these fruits. So this is some of the work that we have done previously. So UAVs are able to perform this kind of flight operations. This is a platform that we developed at our research group. And you can see that the UAV is able to fly autonomously in between the trees, avoiding obstacles, while carrying a lot of compute on board and while carrying very powerful sensors on board. So you can see here how the UAV is doing obstacle avoidance while it's flying in the forest. So these kind of environments are very challenging for humans, but for robots, they are getting easier and easier. So the first thing that we decide to do is try to release this data. So we have Professor Mogadam, who recently mentioned about the importance of datasets for agriculture. What I want to add to that is that it's not only important to release datasets for agriculture, but it's also important to have ground truth data for actionable informations. In our case, TreeScope has diameter measurements and annotated semantic labels, but the diameter measurements are done by people who specialize in this kind of tasks. So we did this data collection in pine forest in Virginia, New Jersey, and also pistachio and almond orchards in California. And we do have benchmarks comparing the diameters to the ground truth diameter. and also semantic segmentation masks for manually annotated semantic segmentation masks. We collected this data with both our Falcon 4 UAV and also with a handheld sensor tower that we can mount in tractors, mobile carts, and also carried as a backpack. And something that we also released with this work is in our research group, we have previously developed algorithms for estimating tree diameters. So in your left, you will have Sloan, which is an online algorithm that is able to estimate tree diameters while the robots are moving or the sensor tower is moving. And on the right, we have a recently released algorithm that is offline, but it's able to achieve higher accuracy on tree diameter estimation. So some of the interesting supplementary results that we obtained with this work is that here you can see the difference between a semantic map and a dense map as an octomap here. So for very large scale environments, our UAV is able to fly quite fast in these environments. The limitation is mostly on the safety pilot catching the drone, not on the drone itself. But something interesting is that we're able to compress the amount of information that we generate from around 1 gigabyte for these like large scale environments to 2 megabytes if we just extract the actionable information that we need, in this case, the tree diameters. And semantics can also be used for loop closure and drift reduction as part if they are being run online in the robotics platform. And finally, I would like to discuss some preliminary work that we're doing in our group, and we hope to publish soon. So in this case, how to use NERF to fix some of the issues that we see with LiDAR reconstructions, such as that the resolution is not very high. So in this case, NERFs are able to generate way more dense representations that then we can use for tree diameter estimations and also for segmentation. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm glad to answer questions in the poster session.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Hi, I'm Kristen Such. I'm one of Chris Heckman's students, so this is going to be a SparkNotes version of the talk that he gave. Maybe if you fell asleep or weren't present for that talk, this will be of interest to you, but I'll try to cover some points that he maybe glossed over. As Chris mentioned, rangelands refer to areas that are populated with native vegetation and are typically grazed by cattle. They cover about 41% of the global land area and support 38% of the global population. And it's estimated that about 20% of these rangelands have been degraded due to poor land management, increased development, climate change, et cetera. One thing that I would want to impress upon you is the importance of restoring these rangelands, not only for people that are cattle ranchers, but for example, the lack of vegetation causes all of the snow melt in the winter to pollute the waterways of the Colorado Basin by collecting a lot of sediment, for example. Conventional farming techniques are ineffective in these degraded rangeland environments. We actually were surveying 16 different plots that were marked out by the ecologists before us, control drill seeded plots and con-mod plots, which I'll get to in a second. As you can see, this plot is pretty uninspiring. This actually seems to make the problem worse than even the control plots because it breaks up the microbiome that exists on top of the soil, as well as reducing like further reducing soil retention. As Chris said, the con-mods are kind of a way that the rangeland ecologists engineer ideal microsite conditions for plant recruitment. And as you can see, they're a lot more successful than broadcast seeding, which is drone seeding, like planting seed arbitrarily alone. And I wanted to just add in this image. I know it's very low res, but I was trying to communicate that there's also a positive feedback loop when we take these interventions. So Chris was mentioning that there's kind of a negative feedback loop in terms of less vegetation, less soil retention, more degradation, but there's also a positive feedback loop, which is why increasing connectivity in the landscape is important. So our goal was to come up with a heat map for seeding our ConMod intervention. By highly accurate, very accurately localizing vegetation microsites and trying to correlate that with plant growth outcomes. As you'll see, that didn't end up working quite yet, but we're working on a solution to it. I deployed to a degraded rangeland over the course of 2 years. It's actually still an active cattle ranch, and it's been one for about 50 years. And the work that we did was kind of develop a pipeline for this unique plant identification and challenges for autonomous vehicles in degraded rangeland environments. Chris was talking about the point clouds here. This complicates our LiDAR inertial SLAM result even further because there's no landmarks. I think a lot of you work in pretty challenging environments through SLAM, and you might think that RTK GPS would solve all your problems. Indeed, I remember after our second deployment, Chris said, "How much money do I have to spend to solve this problem?" And the answer is $8,000 hardware with $2,000 a year subscriptions is not enough. Not enough for us, which we're trying to localize things like cracks in the soil. So it's pretty subtle features that we're trying to localize. The other thing I wanted to point out is we deployed to a less degraded site, and we found that because we didn't have any semantic labeling, the localization result looked like the robot was a boat on a tide, rising and falling as the grass was swaying. So we ran into a lot of localization challenges while we were out there. Yeah, so we initially took this reinforcement learning approach, trying to explore the reward space of these degraded rangeland environments. However, we were getting no reward signal, so we had to resort to observing naturally occurring grass seedlings. This is another point. Some people have asked, oh, well, what's the problem with getting seed? Surely you can just seed everywhere and then it doesn't matter where you plant. Actually, if you get the kind of grass seed that's like commercially available, it often doesn't work in these environments. As we saw, there was 0% recruitment. This is because the grass that does exist out there has been so uniquely developed over time in order to exist in that environment. So ecologists have better success when they harvest grass seed from local grass and then plant that. But that, as you can imagine, is a very intensive process. So it is actually important to consider where we plant grass seed as opposed to just throwing it everywhere. Whoa. Yeah, so state-of-the-art RTK GPS fused with SLAM is insufficient for cross-seasonal day association alone. Yeah, I wanted to touch on the localization. A lot of people have been like, oh, surely you have an open sky situation. What's the problem, So we're an hour and a half driving from cell reception, so end-trip connections or other ground corrections were unavailable to us. The correction types that we did have available, we used a Trimble AG25 satellite receiver. So we did have GLONASS, SBAS, Baidu, Galileo, OmniStar, and a set of custom corrections from Trimble called RTX. And still, you can see that there's a couple of problems with this GPS result as well. For those of you who have worked with GPS, maybe this is not news to you, but it's kind of sporadic. Like you'll see there's gaps. And it's also much lower frequency than we would need to localize things that are this subtle. So that's why we went with the fused solution. I've been asked about if we did the visual inertial route, and I did. It's actually interesting. I might try to do a result that's using visual inertial LiDAR and GPS and see where that gets me because, for example, there's not very many LiDAR points, like I said, but there are mountains where we work. And in the visual inertial result, it will get a lot of features along the mountains. And luckily, those are static, so maybe that'll help. Yeah, so these are the matches I came up with. They're pretty uninspiring. We're out of time?
We're out of time.
Great. I just wanted to kind of say some different things than Chris, so I'm going a little bit off the cuff here. But matches, I'm currently, Chris already talked about this. Yeah, let's get to the future work. What I'm trying to do to solve this problem, right, I have 16 terabytes of this data sitting on my desk that I would like to publish, as a previous speaker was talking about, getting more data sets out there. We deployed to the same plot for actually 3 years in a row. We would go once in the spring when after the snow melt, and then we would go again before the snow came. The reason being that there's a great die-off of native grass in the summer, so it's relevant to see which ones actually make it to maturity, not just germination. But I know that we're out of time, so I'll wrap it up and let us get to the coffee break. But come by my poster. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
So I think in the interest of time, we'll probably get started with our coffee break, and then we'll cut it a little bit short and get started at 3:30, our last two speakers in our discussion session. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back. I guess we'll get started pretty promptly here.
Quick announcement before we begin. If somebody dropped a calendar, or let me know, who was found under a chair somewhere over there.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Francois Pomerleau, who is a professor at the University of Laval. And he'll be presenting on moving north, monitoring natural environments from temperate forests to glaciers.
All right, hi everyone. I guess you're as tired as me. I will try to make it as entertaining as I can for 3:30 p.m. on a Friday after a long conference. All right, so I'm Francois Pomerleau. I'm specialized in field robotics. We organized a large workshop on Monday. We were part of the DARPA Sub-T Challenge. I did many field experiments, including deployment with firemen, inspection in forests, in lake, face cliff, and in metro station. I'm the director of the Northern Robotic Laboratory in Quebec City. And in my early time, we were actually doing supporting limnology, which is the study of lakes. And before we started, a typical limnology experiment would be you take a boat, you take one of the sensor, you go in a particular point on the lake. Here we talk about the Lake Zurich. You lure your probe, which make a profile, and then you assess the situation, saying that in most of the lake it should be like that, and you repeat for 50 years, which is great. So they have very long data set, but very hard for them to really understand what is going on. So what we did in those days, we built them a robot that could lower a probe and actually start building a profile. So a transect of the reading by moving back and forth through the reading. So the problem in Lake Zurich is that there is toxic algae, cyanobacteria, and it's also one of the source for the drinking water. So they always want to be sure that they pipe the water low enough to make sure that there's no real problems. So what we could give to those scientists is essentially to increase the spatial temporal resolution of their data. And I think that's what's the recurring topic that I heard through all of the invited speakers, is that robotics and computer science and image processing can actually increase the spatial temporal. So in that case, we were actually able, zero depth is on top, and you see the boat with the probe, so we would zigzag the probe and produce that kind of data for them, and clearly identify some of the toxic algae bloom. On top of that, they could do research with it, show that the bloom would move with high wind on the lake, and we could also trigger a peak of Plantotrix abundance in those lakes. So that was on the early work, so that was the closest I would have where we actually collaborate with limnologists, with ecologists. But since then, we start the NORLab, and for this talk, we'll move from temperate forests up to boreal forests and going to glacier in terms of observing the environment. So if we start with temperate forests, I will start with a game. I told you that it will be relatively easy. So if we are in forest, we want to identify tree. One way to identify trees is by looking at bark, but it's actually relatively hard to do so, even for an expert. So you have 3 pictures here. Could you spot 3 species that would be the same? I will give you 30 seconds. So out of those 6 images, there's 3 that are from the same species. You can even commit and tell your neighbor if you want, seems to be what is happening. All right, I will give you the answer. Those 3 are the same. They are red maple, and the problem is that they are different stage of growth of the red maple. And on the opposite side, yes, it's spruce, but it's 3 different species of spruce. So even experts actually struggle with that. And with early work, we could show that with some neural network and a good data set, which was not existing at the time, we could get up to, in a range of 97% recognition of 3 species only using bark images. One of the problem with that data set, so it looks great like that, but you need actually very perfect picture to make it work. They are well lit and they are always well framed. And in real life, it's very hard to collect data in such a way. So in ongoing work, now we are more looking at roadside images of trees and using the same kind of training and more modern learning solutions. We are not now at the level where we try to identify the family, the genus, and the species of the tree. And in that case, it's useful for power lines where they need to inspect and cut the tree at some point to clean the power line. So by having some sort of solutions to automatize that, then we also increase spatial temporal resolution of tree identification. The number up there actually show the top score, and what is interesting is that there is a good dissociation with the second score, which is usually a good sign of success. So once we can identify trees, it would be good to find the location of those trees and extract other metric. So in other early work, so that this is dating from 2019, we heard before about the breast height measurement. So we were doing the same thing with our 3D mapping pipeline, where we would move into the forest, build a 3D map, identify area where we could measure the diameters of the trees, and we provided a data set for that to support this kind of data. So this is LiDAR berries. What about image base? So in a more recent work, 2022, we went the route of simulation and see if we could train a network and test it in a real environment. In that case, we're training for not only segmenting the trees, but also key points that would give the diameter in the image, but also the orientation of the trees. So here we have some of the current results. We also provide the data set with 43,000 synthetic images and 100, so real images, but hand annotated to support training of other work. What was interesting with that is that we could try on very different kind of environment, so more winter or snow-based environment, and the transfer was working better actually, so the demand shift was actually better than what we expected. And this is making a great segue to where we are usually working, so the boreal forest. So at university level, we are lucky we have access to a research forest, which is the largest in the world. That's about the size of the island of Montreal. So it's 400 square kilometer in area. So our campus is an hour away from that place. And it's the lower bound of what is considered a boreal environment, which is heavily affected by winter. So we used to say that if you go there, we have winter 6 months per year, and usually there's 2 meters of snow falling every year at that location, which is a pretty nice environment for us to test extreme conditions for autonomous navigation. Because once we can detect, do the perception for detecting trees and identify them, you need to move into the environment to collect the information at that point. So this is what we were doing. Around 2021, we could do our first 20 kilometers of autonomous driving in different harsh conditions. So here we show days and night. But eventually there was a snowstorm, it was raining. So it was a raining day. Eventually that's the snowstorm, or right after the snowstorm. So we could demonstrate that we were robust to harsh conditions in navigation. The framework that we were using here is called a teach and repeat framework, where a driver would do the first path. In that case was a 1.2 kilometer long path connecting a garage with a remote cabin. And then we would ask the robot to do back and forth. That could be a resupply mission. It could also be collecting information for ecology purpose, for example. Often people talk about unstructured environment, and for us, it's always good to recall that although there are trees, they are moving, and they are moving quite a lot. When we talk about dynamic environments, snow with wind will move within few minutes and shift on one side. The level of the terrain is not a constant feature for us because there could be a snowstorm and everything change. And here we have a drone, and for example, the drone is struggling to keep a stable position in the air because of the high wind. But that's the kind of environment that we like to investigate autonomous navigation algorithms. Here's a bit of why we can pass through all of that. It's because we are LiDAR based, and we can build 3D environment that are robust to those kind of conditions. So while we were doing the experiment or the multiple repeats in the environment, we analyzed what would be the difference. So most of the time people are navigating in roads, but when you're in forest, we start to talk about trails, and trails are rather small compared to the size of the robot. So when we talk about GPS or GNSS, they are shielding quite a lot the signal, so it's getting hard. Without going into too much details, but we were pushing the technology, but also observing, given different factor, what would drag the error of the localization. So we analyzed with weather, how many GNSS satellite we would catch on those trails, and where was the weak spot. For example, here you see the red and blue area. So under 18 satellite was getting very hard to have enough accuracy from the GPS to stay on the track because it's relatively narrow. And we also identified the weakness of LiDAR scan matching, for example, where the light color you're getting in a tunnel-like type of environment, and it's getting weak in terms of registration constraint. So if we focus a bit more just on the weather, so within 1 week, we managed to cross temperature from -10 to +10 degrees Celsius. So the 0 bar is where we would have snow during the precipitation, and higher than 0 would be when it was raining. You have different colors, so we had rain, hail, a snowstorm, and everything in between, so we could repeat successfully our trajectory through all of those environments. And that was only within 1 week. So the green square, or where we teach the path, and all of the red circles is where we repeated the 1.2 kilometers throughout the environment. Another thing to consider is actually the illumination of the environment, or the lack of. If we are talking about continuously monitoring the environment, and we rely a lot on vision-based algorithm like I presented at the beginning, that means that we rely usually on sun illumination. And here's, you see with the high level, so the yellow stripe, where we could have good sunlight. So that would considerably limit all of the algorithm using vision as we show. But that is not constant. And also you see that most of the time we are during night, which make it difficult to collect information about the environment. So that would be the same week in summer, but what is more complex for us, that would be the same week span during winter, which means that all of the algorithms need also to be robust to low light illumination, and this is rather rare in the current data set that we have to train any of the segmentation, for example. So just want to put that here. On top of that, And that's in the case that we would like to do year-long monitoring of the environment. So the light condition, the illumination will change drastically during the seasons. But not only that, so before we had the -10 to +10, but here's the weather, the temperature graph over all the year at the place where we do the experiment. And now we need to deal from -25 to +25 degrees Celsius if you want to do year-long data monitoring. And same thing for the precipitation. So all of the green, the histogram show how much precipitation there is in that location, which means that during transition of weather, the soil gets soaked. And that's one of the pictures that we had during we try a repeat. So the same data that we collected during the winter, we try a repeat during I guess the autumn. Everything went well up to the point that we discovered that we couldn't actually physically drive at that location. So I think one of the next steps is getting more and more through multi-seasons autonomy, but there is still quite some challenges. It's not because you can do it for 1 week in a tough week that we can actually extend that through the full year. So where we are going with that, we propose that at the workshop on Monday. We'll put the effort in collecting a real multi-season data set where we'll have cameras, radar, the new level of LiDARs that are on the market, multiple GPS antenna and navigation grade IMU up to consumer grade and very low quality so we can compare. And we'll do that in an environment where we know that there's high seasonal change. So we'll pass from a sort of hot summer up to a high level of snow during winter and even sometime -30 that we can cross. So as you see, we are getting specialized in deploying robots in snow and ice environment. We published a paper in the Encyclopedia of Robotics about that topic, surveying different deployment in the cryosphere. The cryosphere is all the place on Earth where you can find water at solid state, which is usually easy to understand by that graph. Either you move north to see more and more snow, or you go higher to see more and more snow. Here's sort of the kind of deployment that were done through the years. And the warthogs, what I was explaining in the last section, which helped me to connect with the other segment of the talk, which is about glacier, with our deployment with the EELS project. So one of the other involvement the lab had is about glacier and related to extraterrestrial exploration. We were lucky enough to be invited by NASA JPL on one of their program called EELS, which stands for Exobiology Extend Life Surveyor. I always call it EELS, never care about the acronym. They always have a vision of 40 years in the future, so I put it there because those are nice drawing, but that's not what we were actually doing. But their goal was to build a robot snake that would go down one of those crevices in the moon of Saturn with the goal to see the water and detect life, which is my best connection I could do with biology and ecology in that case. Within that context, they did a field deployment in Arthabaska, on the Arthabaska Glacier, which is in Alberta, Canada. So it was a good way for us to join with them. And our job was to showcase a sensor rig that would be robust to shock. So what would happen if that snake dropped? Would the localization fail because of the area acceleration and so on? So we show up there with this small rig, which is essentially a LiDAR and IMUs. And what we demonstrate is that we could just literally drop the sensor. They were amazed that we were doing that with LiDARs, but price of LiDARs went down recently. So we are roughly at 1,000 USD, which is a good price for scientists to start throwing those things out of in the wild, essentially. So we pushed the technology to see how fast we could do a map. And here's where the early results. Before I was showing you maps that would be 1.2 kilometers long. That's sort of impressive, but now we are talking about a couple of meters, but within 10 seconds. And the whole idea is to be better in disqueuing the point cloud and handling the IMU. On one side, you see a Moulin mapping, so that would be the sort of the vertical tunnel. That's where the water is getting out when it's melting. And on the right side, there's the crevasse mapping where you could see where we were just showing the LiDAR like a bowling ball, essentially. All of that, it's heavy lifted to earlier work that was presented during this conference, where we demonstrate high acceleration that when you do those tumbling movements, so what we call aggressive motions, some of the IMUs will saturate, which in the era of tightly coupled IMU LiDAR localization will mess up all of the localization. And we showed that we could reconstruct the gyro signal, so the velocity in acceleration in that case. Although the mission was short-lived, as most of the field robotic deployment, so the hardware eventually break after a couple of throw in the ice pit. One of the good things is that our safety officer was Christian Steiner, one of the explorators for National Geographic, and he's doing that kind of exploration in his life, and when he's going down, he tried to recall where he is, and it's very confusing for him. They tried to map with some total station with tripod, but it was too cumbersome for them. So when he saw that we could just map the whole thing as a quick survey to see what's going on, because those are very dangerous. So here's going down sort of a new volcano that opened in Canada, and it's the smoke is highly toxic so from what is going out. So any device for him that would help to scout what's going on down there before going down would be highly appreciated, and anything that he could wear on the backpack, for example. But eventually there's a limit where you don't want to set up all of your equipment to go down, and you would prefer to throw something in and check if it's worth it to go down and go further. So we had still a nice connection going there. So I wanted to answer some of the questions that the organizers were asking and providing some lessons learned from some of the multidisciplinary research I did, some of them with biologists, but it's sort of the same game with geologists and even first responders at some point. So 1 out of 5, communication. My message will be, I think it's harder to do robotics with biologists than just field robotics. And field robotics is already the tough game of robotics. So we'll go there slowly for a while. When you're doing a highly multidisciplinary project, you need to adapt to the scientific language. With the work with the boat, for example, I showed at the beginning, all of the wording were different, and they actually didn't get that engineer could do research, which was confusing for them. And only to set that up took a couple of meetings. So they know that they are doing research, but they think that engineer build stuff and that's it. And some of the question we had is that you know how to build a bridge and now it shouldn't fall down. Why you cannot build a robot that will not break? And sort of confused at that level. Also, in terms of scientific habits, as roboticists, when we build a robot, we will actually break it. We'll see the limit of what we can do. But for them, it's a tool. So if you break it, they cannot do their experiment and continue with it. So there's some sort of a conflict in scientific goal at that point. We went on and designed the boat, for example, thinking that we understood the needs and so on, but it's very important to repeat, rephrase, and as a clear confirmation that this is what they need. Often, talking with scientifics, it's sort of the chicken and egg problem. You will ask them, what do you want in terms of data? And they will ask you, what can you do in terms of data acquisition? And everybody will look at each other and wait that someone do something. And in the case of the boat, we just build the boat and say that's what we can do because we didn't have what what you want exactly. In terms of new technology, like I said, the limnologists were doing the same thing since 50 years. They didn't want to try something new that could break or wouldn't be stable. So for them, they were always skeptical to use a new device. Developing versus buying, that's a big one. Usually the successful collaboration I see is that you will buy a submarine. So you will buy a commercial device and then the engineer will help and you'll do, I don't know, perception with it, but at least the biologist or the ecologist will be able to use it. When you're developing a new robot, this is where it's getting hard to actually agree on something, agree that we're building prototypes at the end. We're not building products. And for developing the calibration, when you put outside a complex device, essentially it comes with a bunch of engineers. And you always assume that if you let it to the biologist, it should be simple enough, but it's actually never simple enough for biologists. So it's not something that you can deliver. It's something that you will deliver with staff, essentially, to make it work. So we were hitting quite some problem with calibration at the beginning of our missions. Time management, that's also hard. So sometimes the scientists would like to see that they have cheap engineering time to support them. And then you need to balance actually how much support you would do with the scientist. Whether you go after a special event, so there's a storm and you go out, whether you go every week at the same time, that's also something to consider. And once you're done, you have a successful platform that can collect a lot of data. The question is who will analyze it? Are the biologists equipped to deal with all of that, or you need to pre-process and actually produce a graph and then they will analyze? Most of the time we assume that we just give the data and you're done, but actually most of the time you need to deal with it. So that's about the rest. And usually the scientific goal for those missions, whether you do, for the funding, for example, once we build that robot, then you will be able to do your mission. That will be not great because eventually the scientists will never do their mission because you will always change your prototype. So always aim for parallel objectives that can be deployed in the same program. Why I stopped recently in doing more collaboration with biology is that industry funding is always higher than project with ecologists. And I stumbled upon that graph, which is the TRL, so the technological readiness level. Usually at ICRA, you will see TRL in the range of 3-4, which is close to the place that it's called the technological valley of death, where nothing will actually follow out of that. When we do field robotics, now the deployments start to cost way more money. So you need to still trigger interest from the industry at that point to get out, and you're also anyway publishing close to the commercialization value of that. And in the mind of the ecologist, the expectation is that you're delivering a product for which no one will pay eventually because it's very niche product. So you need to align into, you're publishing to ICRA, so try to not sell a very high TRL to scientists at that point. On that, we are very active on YouTube, social media. All of our work, although done with industrial collaborators now, are open source. So please visit our website or write me if you have any questions.
Thanks so much. I think we have time for maybe 2 questions. And while we're taking those questions, maybe our next speaker, Dr. Costelloe, could get set up.
Great talk, really insightful. So I suppose I have a high-level question. So as you've been doing all these projects with biologists, ecologists, do you see an urgency in their work? Do they want to move faster, or they want to kind of focus on the questions they care about? And the reason I'm asking this is, if you want to move as fast as possible, whether it's climate change, then doesn't make sense to have a tighter collaboration with roboticists and AI, where you are actually collaborating on the data analysis and even new hypotheses. Do you think that's, what are your thoughts?
For me, what I find difficult is to align can we publish both for robotics and for the scientific within the same research program? I have the feeling that either you lead as a scientific the program, and then the engineer will do the roboticist with the engineer time. And if you flip it around, it will be a robotic research program, and then the scientists will be there to give the motivation, essentially. Because nothing will be ready for them to analyze. So I don't see a lot of push, but there's maybe a lot of incomprehension about what we can do and what is stable and what is not.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois. Great talk. Can you go back to your TRL level? So with that value of debt, do you think if we remove like investor, protect IP, license, we can go faster? Or no, is there a way of like removing the value of debt? Like in terms of like maybe like doing conservation or?
All of them, or because?
I mean, I guess if we remove the things that are in the valley, we would maybe solve the problem, right?
So at the technological level, that there's a lot of brainstorming happening at the low TRL. Maybe they are not useful now, for example, or maybe they are too early with the technology that we have. And this is why we have a lot of technology that doesn't go further than that. In terms of when we start to move through commercialization and profitability, this is where we cannot find the needs from the customer. So maybe the biologists will have clear needs, but they are not large enough, for example, to have a viable product that you would make money or at least live doing. So those are, I think, the big problem with those valley, because all of our IP is open, and even though they are funded by the industrial, so we managed to negotiate that. But we have some startup, but the pain of moving from one step of the other, even without IP, is super high. So don't believe that if you do open source that you will not need to deal with lawyers and IP. That's not true, actually. You still have the license still exists. They are just given automatically, and then the university are confused, the agency are confused, and et cetera, et cetera. So even by removing the IP into the process, still complicated.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's thank our speaker one more time. And so our next speaker will be Dr. Blair Costelloe, who is a postdoctoral researcher from the Max Planck Institute and the University of Constance. She will be presenting on drone-based observation for wildlife, behavioral ecology, and conservation. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for attending, for sticking out for the last talk. And I also want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak today in this really exciting workshop. So I'm a behavioral ecologist, which means I'm interested in how animals use behavior to interact with their environment and how the environment in turn shapes animals' behavioral patterns. So I'm particularly interested in how the behavior of individual animals can drive patterns and processes that we observe at broader ecological scales, such as groups or populations or communities of animals. And so today I want to tell you a little bit about how and why I use drones in my work and what I see as the major barriers to wider and more effective use of this technology for wildlife research and monitoring. It seems like my video is a little blurry. Hopefully that doesn't persist. I'm not sure what I can do about it. So my research focuses specifically on anti-predator behavior, or the behavioral strategies that prey animals use to avoid becoming a meal for a predator, such as this lion. I work mostly in Kenya, where I study ungulates, or large hoofed mammals like zebra, antelope, or these wildebeest. And just to give you some background, so I find anti-predator behavior to be inherently interesting, but also a really fantastic lens through which to consider the multi-scale dynamics of animal behavior. So predation, of course, has a massive negative impact on prey fitness. It's really bad for an animal's fitness to be eaten. And therefore, predation pressure drives a wide variety of behavioral adaptations in prey species. So here I've given some examples. I've laid out the stages of an interaction between predator and prey, starting with an encounter and ending potentially in the capture of the prey. And along the way at each stage, I've given some examples of behaviors that prey can use to try to, quote, get off the ride or prevent this interaction from ending in their death. Many of these behaviors affect how prey interact with their social, biotic, and abiotic environments, and thus potentially have knock-on ecological effects. So, for example, prey often prefer habitats where predators are scarce, or rely on refuges like burrows or vegetation to avoid detection by predators. And these behaviors influence how prey move across the landscape and thus influence processes such as seed dispersal and nutrient deposition that are mediated by animal movement. Predation pressure is considered to be one of the primary drivers of group formation in animals, and many of the collective capabilities that we see in these animal groups serve to help the prey better detect, deter, or escape from predators. And finally, the effectiveness of a species' total suite of anti-predator behaviors will determine how many and which individuals survive, thus driving population dynamics. So just by considering anti-predator behavior, we sort of open the door to all these potential ecological impacts of the behavior, the cumulative behavior of single animals. But studying multi-scale behavioral dynamics is challenging, and it's a really data-intensive endeavor. So to really mechanistically link the behavior of individual animals with broader scale ecological processes, you have to sample animals' behavior widely enough to both capture these overall patterns of animal behavior, but also to understand how behavior varies across contexts. So how it varies within the populations you're studying within species, between individuals, and across species as well. And this is really hard to do using conventional methods of behavioral observation. So conventionally, behavioral data in the field is collected like this. So by a researcher directly observing animals in the field with a pair of binoculars and noting down what the animal is doing. This is a really valuable approach for getting, like a kind of a deep insight and understanding of the sort of the behavior of the animals, but it pretty severely limits the resolution and volume of data that can be collected. So to illustrate this, let's consider this group of zebras that I filmed in the field. So let's pretend you're interested in understanding how individual zebras in this herd monitor their environment and how individual monitoring behavior generates patterns of vigilance and monitoring at the group level. So you're interested in this connection between individual behavior and patterns at the group level. You could imagine picking one zebra in this group and continuously recording when it picks its head up to look around, or perhaps if you're interested more in the group level dynamics, you could take a snapshot of the group's behavior at regular intervals in order to sample how many animals have their heads up and how many have their heads down. But to analyze the individual and collective processes at play in this group, you really need continuous data on all the individuals simultaneously. And that's just simply beyond human cognitive ability. We can't watch all of those animals simultaneously. You could, of course, video record it as I've done here and try to extract behavioral data later, but that has its own challenges. It's extremely tedious, time-consuming, and it's really hard from this angle to infer where each animal is looking, who might be able to see who, and how these animals are interacting in space. You might consider taking a biologging approach, so fitting all members of the group with a GPS collar. This is what some of my colleagues have done here in this figure with a baboon troop in Kenya. However, besides being expensive, kind of risky for the animals and really logistically challenging, this approach is simply not feasible for many species where group membership is not stable over time. So if I went out and put a collar on every animal within a herd of Grevy's zebra one day, then by the next week, I would have collars on single animals in many different groups across the landscape. So we need a different approach for many questions in biology. As a graduate student interested in studying the social and collective behavior of wild animals, I was really inspired by colleagues who were working with animal groups in the lab. So here they were using cameras overhead to film groups of animals like this fish school. And so this overhead viewpoint lets them see all the animals at once with minimal occlusions. And then crucially, the visually simple arena that the animals are in facilitates the use of automated tracking tools, which let them efficiently generate continuous movement trajectories for all animals and also accurately quantify their spatial relationships. But no tool existed for doing this in the field. So for my postdoc, I went to the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior in Germany, where I created the Herd Hover project, which was a collaborative effort to bring these image-based animal tracking techniques from the lab to the field. Of course, in the field, we used drones to film the herds of ungulates from directly overhead. Our equipment wasn't particularly fancy. It was just off-the-shelf DJI Phantom 4s. But I really needed observations that were longer than the duration of a single battery life. So we ended up flying 2 drones in an overlapping relay system. So when the first drone's battery got low, we sent up a second drone 10 meters higher, flew it out, positioned it over the first drone, brought the first drone back, and lowered the second drone down to continue filming. And using this method, we were able to get observations of an hour or more in length, which is what we were going for. I'm also interested in how the surrounding environment impacts the behavior of animals. So after each observation, I used an EV fixed wing drone to collect an overlapping grid of images that covers each observation site, and then use photogrammetry software back in the lab to create these 3D models of the landscape from which I can quantify things like bush density and habitat visibility. Since I'm interested in anti-predator behavior or how these animals are detecting and responding to threats, I had to give them a threat to respond to. So during each observation, 2 team members would approach the group on foot in order to scare the group away. And so as you can see from these antelopes' reactions, while we may not be as fierce as real predators, the animals are still pretty keen to get away from us. So once we were back in the lab, we faced the task of turning these videos into usable data. And this, at the time, was a very challenging tracking problem because we didn't have that visually simple arena that you saw in the lab. So we have ungulate species that vary in their appearance and in their degree of contrast with the background. We have a background that's itself very heterogeneous, and we have lighting conditions that are really dynamic. On top of all that, our camera is not fixed, but rather moves with the animals across the landscape. So for the image processing, I worked with Ben Koger, who was then a PhD student at the Max Planck and is now an assistant professor at the University of Wyoming. So Ben and I trained deep convolutional neural networks to detect each animal in every frame. And then Ben developed a tracking algorithm that was able to connect these detections across frames in order to generate continuous trajectories for each animal, which is what you see represented by the colored dots on the back of each zebra in this video. And if we were in the lab with a fixed camera, we would be done, but we weren't. So our trajectories that we generated were in the pixel coordinates of the video frame. And when your camera moves, a set of pixel coordinates can refer to any number of real-world locations. So that is, if the camera moves, it's impossible to disentangle the movement of the camera from the movement of the animals using only the trajectory data. And so this mess is what 45 minutes of observation of a herd of 18 zebras looks like if you can't subtract out that camera movement. And the key to solving this problem ended up being the photogrammetry software that I discussed, that I mentioned earlier. So the way this software works, of course, is by matching up key points and overlapping images and using this key point information to resolve the geometry of the landscape. As it's doing this, it's also resolving very precisely the location of the drone at the moment that that image was collected. And so with this camera location information and this underlying topography, we had all the information we needed to project our points from the pixel coordinates of the video frame into real-world geographic coordinates. And so this lets us explore these trajectories in geographic coordinates and in the context of our landscape imagery. So this is what 45 minutes of movement by 18 zebras looks like when you can accurately account for the camera movement. These tracks have locations 30 times per second and at sub-meter accuracy, so it's really high quality, high resolution movement data. And you can see, just from this image, how the movement patterns of the zebras change from the left side of the image where they were grazing in this undisturbed state versus the right side of the image where they're running away after we've scared them. And we can combine these trajectories with our landscape models to explore the effects of the environment on the animal's movement. So on the right side of this image, The trees and bushes are rendered in blues and yellows according to their height above the ground. And you can see how these structures shape the flight paths of the zebras as they flee, run away from us. As another example of behavioral interactions with the environment, here I've reconstructed the visual fields of a herd of zebras as they move through one of our 3D landscape models, which you can see on the left. So by reconstructing the visual fields, I can really understand what an animal can see at any given time, and I can explore how an animal's movement choices through this landscape affect its access to visual information and affect how much visual contact the animals have with each other as they're moving through these complex environments. Of course, with high resolution imagery, we can get much more than just the animal's trajectories. We can actually zoom in on each of the individuals and see in detail what that animal is doing, who it's interacting with, and how. And I can see in these videos when each animal raises its head to look around, or when it becomes alert to our approach, and thus I can observe the spread of this awareness of the threat through the group. To take this one step further, we can use additional neural network to detect animals' body parts and estimate their pose. This generates information on the animal's head and body orientation, and even on the frequency of tail movements. This was done with Deep Pose Kit, which is a software package developed by Jake Braving, who's another member of the Herd Hover project. And this was, to my knowledge, the first application of pose estimation to drone footage. So we published these methods last year in the Journal of Animal Ecology as a research methods guide. And with the Herd Hover project, I think we've really demonstrated the massive potential of drone-based imagery for animal behavior research and the potential of drones to generate the types of data sets we need to study these cross-scale ecological impacts of behavior. So, drones are really easy to redeploy. You can sample entire groups of animals at once. It kind of opens the door to big data for behavioral ecology in a way that conventional methods have not so far. However, the problems that we solved in the Herd Hover project were by and large problems related to image processing. So we showed that once you have the drone imagery, you can do some really amazing things with it. But actually collecting the imagery is another issue, and I think there are still some pretty serious barriers in place that prevent us from realizing the full potential of drones for wildlife and behavioral research. The first is limits on operation distances. So when you're limited in how far you can be from the drone, this makes it hard to observe some species that may be sensitive to human presence. And it makes it difficult to follow groups over extended periods of time as they move further away from the pilot's location. So often we had to cut observations short once the animals moved beyond our visual line of sight, or we'd have to relocate our entire operations center to be closer to the animals, which then also has logistical complications and the potential to further disturb the animals that we're observing. Operation distances and also battery life combine to make it difficult to cover large areas. So again, to follow these groups as they move over longer distances, or to conduct, for example, landscape scale wildlife survey flights. All of the flying that we did in the Herd Hover project was done with manual piloting. And I think that there's a lot of room to increase the efficiency and safety of operations by automating some of the maneuvers. So the coordinated maneuvers that I showed, such as the relay trade-outs of the drones, or even automating the tracking of the animals. So this was something that we were doing manually, and we were having to make decisions about, how best to follow the animals to keep most of the group in frame, and when the group split, which groups we should follow. Of course, the potential for drones to disturb animals is a really high-profile issue, and it's something of particular concern for animal behaviorists. We're, of course, concerned for the welfare of the animals that we're studying, but also even mild behavioral responses to drones by the animals can potentially bias our data and our conclusions. Although the Herd Hover project provided a roadmap for how some of the drone-based imagery can be processed, this is still a resource and time-intensive task with lots of room for improvement. And so particularly if we consider conservation organizations, such as our collaborators in Kenya, that would benefit from drone-based monitoring, in these situations, high compute demands or data storage demands are non-trivial barriers to technology uptake. And so wildlife and biodiversity data are not much use if the people who need them can't collect them, or if it takes months or years to draw conclusions from them. So we need data processing tools that generate actionable insights on a rapid timescale. And finally, accessibility, both in terms of the cost of the equipment and the skill required to operate it, is a huge issue. So off-the-shelf models are now pretty affordable and easy to fly, and this is in fact why we use them for the Herd Hover project. But obviously they're still limited in their capabilities. And so for these technologies to be adopted, they have to be accessible to the research and conservation practitioners who would benefit from them. We're tackling many of these challenges in a new project called WildDrone, which is an EU-funded collaborative doctoral training network aimed at developing autonomous drone technology for wildlife conservation applications. WildDrone is coordinated out of University of Southern Denmark and brings together collaborators from more than 20 partner organizations, including universities, research institutes, companies, and conservation organizations that are located across the EU and in Africa. And our goal here is basically to take the doors that Herd Hover opened and blow them wide open by enabling autonomous operations and increasing the efficiency with which we can go from images to high quality data and insights. So within this network, we're collaboratively training 13 PhD students in the areas of computer vision, drone operations, and conservation ecology. Each student undertakes a project primarily focused on one of the three themes, but there's a big emphasis on cross-theme collaboration. So the tools being developed by the drone operations students are directly informed by the needs of the conservation ecology project, and the ecology students will trial the prototypes that the drone students develop and provide feedback on their suitability or limitation. Meanwhile, the image and flight data generated by the ecology students during their fieldwork are used by the computer vision students to develop image and data processing tools that are then applied by the ecology students in their project. So there's this continuous interaction and iterative development and testing of the technologies we're working on. Each ecology student is tackling a project centered around using existing drone technology to generate new insights into wildlife populations, behaviors, and conservation issues. And again, the technological limitations that they encounter inform the directions of the robotics and computer vision students. And these robotics and computer vision students are tackling some of the major challenges I raised before. So for example, two projects based out of SDU focus on enabling safe operations beyond the visual line of sight of the operator and safe autonomous operations involving multiple drones. Two projects at the University of Bristol in both robotics and computer vision are focusing on shifting operations away from manual piloting by developing protocols for teams of mutualistic drones that can collect multiple viewpoints of focal animals and onboard vision algorithms that would allow the drone to autonomously detect and follow animals of interest as they move across the landscape. To minimize the disturbance of the animals we study, we have a project that's based at the drone company AV, as well as SDU, that's focused on adjusting the noise profile of drones to be less disruptive and also automatically identifying behavioral signatures of disturbance in animals so that the drone can autonomously adjust its flight parameters to avoid that disturbance reaction. And finally, the computer vision students are developing better ways of working with the data that drone generates, including more efficient methods for censusing animal populations across multiple field locations, methods for extracting individual characteristics to identify or assess the health or status of the animals that we observe, and more accurate ways of reconstructing habitats in ways that are relevant to the biological questions at hand. So this is a relatively new project. All of these students just got started in the fall, so I ask that you please stay tuned for the results of the project that I've sort of teased here. I also invite you to visit our project website at wilddrone.eu and sign up for our newsletter, or actually just reach out and get in touch with project members whose interests are of interest to you. So we're really open to collaborators, and we're trying to build a network of people in this area, and we're doing things like having a virtual seminar series where we can showcase exciting work at the nexus of drone technology and ecology and conservation. I also want to give a short plug for the 2024 International Micro Air Vehicles Conference, which will be co-hosted by WildDrone this September in Bristol. And the deadline for paper submission or to join the drone competition is at the end of the month. And finally, I want to acknowledge some of my main collaborators who contributed to the work that I presented here today, as well as my field sites and my funding sources. Thank you all again for attending, and thanks to the organizers for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Hi, great talk. Sounds like most of your observation was in Kenya, where I believe tree cover is limited. I'm curious if it's an environment like Asia where maybe tree cover is greater. Do you have any idea on how you would handle that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Certainly, this method is not suitable for all environments. We do find that, in some areas of the savanna, you do have more dense tree cover, and often it's possible to sort of match up animals as they go under trees and come back out. Obviously, we can't see the animals when they're under the trees, but sometimes at some point that does become a problem. I've seen studies where they've experimented with detection of animals using thermal or infrared imagery within forest environments. That seems to work under some circumstances, but I can't say that I have experience in those types of environments. Certainly something where there's a full continuous canopy, I imagine that it would not be possible to use drones to track animals under that canopy.
Thank you.
Yeah, great talk.
Thank you.
So you briefly mentioned like some of your students are working on this detecting bias in the behavior of animals in the presence of drones and how we want to minimize that. So you can think of that problem as the best, like most minimum farther the drones are from the ground, like less they affect the animal, but then you don't get the observations you want, right? So do you have any ideas? How do you kind of resolve that? How do you balance those like quality of observations and bias? Do you have any ideas or insights?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's always this trade-off between, distance from the animals and the quality of observations that you get. What I found is that the tolerance of the animals for the drones varies a lot by species. So some of the species we worked with, they didn't care. Like we have a ton of observations of them. We have no sort of indication that they noticed the drone at all. Some species were more mixed. We could fly at the same height, the same speed over animals one day, and they would be fine, and the next day they would hate it. And then some of them, no matter, we could fly at the maximum permitted altitude, and they would still somehow hear it and respond to it. And so I think that it's important for each animal species that you might be working with to have this sort of pilot phase of a study where you assess the tolerance of the drones and figure out what flight parameters work and don't work. I also think, the work that we did was with much older models of drones. The newer ones, the Mavics and such, are much quieter. So I think now it's possible to sort of fly lower than we have and have no disturbance. And also, there's drones now that have zoom cameras, which the drones we used didn't. So you could fly at the same height but get higher quality imagery. There's also a trade-off that I have to deal with, which is, I would love to have really, really high quality images of each animal, especially the zebras, because then I could identify the animals by their stripes. But I have to consider whether I want that type of data or the data of the whole group. So there's definitely always going to be trade-offs of this type when you're working with drones.
Can you hear me? Thank you for an excellent talk. It was really very interesting. I'm curious, most of the drones that are commercially available are designed to fit in a small box, and they have small actuator discs that have high jet velocities, which makes them crazy noisy. Is there a need for essentially a whisper quiet drone that it probably wouldn't be as small as these existing ones, but is there actually a scientific need for that?
Yeah, I would say that the disturbance of the animals is probably one of the major concerns, because until you get a drone out above the animal that you're interested in working with, you don't know if your whole project is going to work or not. If they don't tolerate the drone, then you're sunk. And so I think that yes, having a very quiet drone, even if it's larger, could be of use. So I know in some field settings, the larger drone might be a deal breaker, because in these cases, the researchers are having to sort of pack everything in and out on foot. But in the system where I work and where many others work, we're based out of a vehicle. So having sort of bulkier equipment that we can sort of operate next to our field vehicle would be fine, as long as it's relatively easy to operate.
Yeah, interesting, because that's an engineering problem. Thank you.
Yeah, last question. Yeah, so excellent talk. Just wondering whether there is any discussion, or you have any insight on camera traps and drone data. What's the correlation, and how have you seen any studies on that? How to combine the two sets of data?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, both of these approaches are sort of developing in parallel. I mean, there's obviously a lot of similarities. In both cases, you have image data where you have to detect the animals and track postures or what have you. But they have fundamentally different strengths in terms of the questions that they're useful for answering. So if you're interested in monitoring animal activity at a certain location, let's say a wildlife crossing, like a highway overpass, then camera traps are a really clear choice. You will get every animal that passes through that area, but you can't sort of follow those animals continuously to see how they're behaving in time as they move across space, and that's what the drones are good for. And so I think that there's a lot of research questions, including some that I have myself, where having concentrating observation on a sort of set area that you could cover both from the ground with camera traps, but also from the air with drones, and then continue the observation with the drones as the animals leave this sort of camera trap monitored area. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential. I don't know of any studies that have combined them yet, but I think it's a matter of time.
Could I follow up on that question? So do the animals that you observe, do they follow certain paths repeatedly, or do you need to be able to observe them and going in any direction?
There were areas where I could reliably go and find animals. In terms of how they move through those areas, it's not especially predictable. Certainly if I were concentrating around known resources, like say a water point, then it would be relatively easy to predict within the area surrounding that point where the animals would be moving. So there's game trails that you can see in the environment that the animals use to access resources like that. But as they would get further and further away from the resources, the movement of the particular animals would become much less predictable. And different species tend to use the environment differently. So some animals seem to use these trails very strongly, and some don't seem to use them at all. And so, yeah, it sort of depends on which species and what area you're sampling.
Thank you.
All right, so let's thank our speaker one more time. Yeah. So I think, we don't have too much time, but we'd love to transition over to a sort of a short discussion, informal discussion period. And if Blair, you want to stick around, that'd be awesome, cool too.
Sure.
So yeah, we just wanted to start by sort of discussing some of these like workshop-wide questions that we had that I think a lot of people started to address, and to sort of like get those discussions to happen. I guess Yogi will lead that discussion. Sure, yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and I guess we should use the little microphone so that Blair can hear. Yeah, hey Yogi, can you? Okay.
Yogi, you are in charge.
I'm in charge. Yeah.
I'll take this. Philip.
Okay, cool. Does anybody have any questions for the panelists as a whole? After you've seen the whole talk and you understand all the challenges from, hopefully you got some little bit of taste about how the other side, if you're a roboticist, what the ecologists are interested in and vice versa. Like, any questions which you guys have come to mind to the panel? Yeah.
I'd like to ask to Francois, because I know that you have also some space-related activities, because as you mentioned, also as engineers, for them, we are not doing science as well. So do you see parallel with this space research and biology research and robotics, this relation?
So yeah, we don't do a lot of space, but a tiny bit. And usually for space, it's also they would like to have a very stable system, and what they are looking for is the human-robot interaction, or how much data you can bring. Whether there's a relation between those two, I think it's much more fun to work with biologists than with the space explorations. They are more relaxed. But beyond that, no, I don't have a lot of connection to mention.
Well, in a previous life, when I was started in robotics, I was doing indoor robotics, trash cans on wheels, like a lot of other people at that era. And when I went to the Canadian Space Agency, my manager said, the very first thing he said, I don't care if your algorithm is interesting, I don't care if it is novel, you have to take it to the Mars yard and it has to work 100 times out of 100. That's it. There is not running it once and show me that it works. I needed to really prove that it works. So that is one lesson from that I think you mentioned also. The other thing that is interesting is when I switch from space to marine stuff, my pitch was that marine stuff, it's like space because you have these challenges. Now that I'm thinking of actually applying for some space stuff, I'm planning to just reverse the argument that space is like marine and I'm doing marine, so I can understand. So there is parallels.
So I have a question for like maybe the ecologists, and we have two. And it's perfect actually. I feel there's a good sort of we have Blair and Lauren, like one dealing with terrestrial, the other one underwater. So it's perfect, I think. So you've seen a lot. So there's doing lawnmowers by robots, just collecting data at uniform intervals. Like that's we can learn a lot from the data collected that way. Do you guys see a need for adaptive behavior by robots, and how much are you guys wanting adaptive behavior in robots, and what do you think that opens up in terms of your hypotheses and the questions that you want to answer.
Blair, do you want to go first?
Either way, you can go ahead if you like.
Okay, yeah, so definitely, we were just talking about this actually during the coffee break, that I know my presentation involved a lot of wanting just the lawnmower patterns and repeated sampling of the same place over and over. And I think the utility, I'm coming from a more practical perspective and just kind of trying to integrate what we're already doing and streamline what we're already doing. And I think that's a more, a lower barrier of entry for the field. But in the long run, I mean, clearly, you know, we have these species that are going extinct. I saw your Dendrogyra surveys up on your, the first slides that you presented. We have, you know, these specific questions that we have about individual species, diseases, conditions. And that is really, I think, where, for coral reef ecology, I think that's where some adaptive, you know, learned, the robot actually acting on things to find things and then study those things where they are, that's going to be where that, you know, is valuable.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. So I think if you look across terrestrial wildlife ecology and conservation, the main thing that people would be asking for is this sort of lawnmower survey pattern flights that could collect data, a snapshot of data over a wide area. I think that that's, yeah, again, has to do with like the level of entry that we're dealing with here. And that gives us a lot of valuable information about how many animals there are, where the animals are. But what I'm interested in and what I think we really need to develop in order to develop effective conservation interventions is a mechanistic understanding of how those patterns arrive. Why are there that many animals? Why are the animals where they are? And for that, you need information about beyond just the snapshot. So you need to do things like I'm doing, follow the animals as they're moving across the landscape, seeing how they're interacting with the environment, seeing what's impacting their movement, their choice of space. And I think that that's something that these autonomous drones that are able to not only cover large areas, but detect an animal of interest and then sort of follow it to get an extended idea of what it's doing could really, really explode, you know, the possibilities in our field.
So I guess we can translate that to robotics as, you know, dynamic processes, observing dynamic processes require adaptive sampling strategies, right? Adaptive robotics. So, yeah.
Okay, so in more than just following an animal or following a fish, are there other examples where if a robot perceived its environment and understood what it was seeing, what that would be useful for you, either of you, right? Situations where maybe a robotic system is able to perceive the terrain, classify the terrain, understand the terrain. What type of applications would be useful to you in addition to just following, like detecting and then following something?
I think once we get into the realm of adding things to robots to be able to collect samples, to be able to apply interventions to things, to be able to outplant corals, I think that would be a really cool application of dynamic sensing of an environment. If a robot can actually see something and virtually tag its location, which as I understand is a difficult task after this week especially, to get that same location and be able to revisit it so that us humans don't have to worry about that point in space. That's a great use of the technology as well. You know, like I said, applying interventions and treatments for diseases or collecting rare animals, counting recruits, and finding things that we care about and then circling out to find other things in the vicinity of that central organism or disease or what have you. Those are all especially interesting applications beyond just looking at things.
Sounds good, thank you. And I'd love to hear yours too, Blair.
Yeah, so I would say that I can think of two sort of avenues. One is that, again, yeah, sampling, dynamic sensing of the environment. So we work, as biologists, we work primarily visually. So the data that we collected, obviously, all the data that I showed was visual data. There's a growing interest in use of auditory data, so the sounds that animals make, and there's a really growing interest in sort of the chemical ecology of animals and their ecosystems. And so having drones that to detect chemical plumes or scent plumes and then maybe follow them to their source would be, I think, for some of my colleagues, really fascinating. And the other area that I can think of would be collection of physical samples. And I apologize, but if you're working with biologists, we're eventually going to start talking about feces. We do a lot with animal feces, and collecting them is non-trivial. Like, you have to know who produced the sample, you have to sort of get it while it's fresh, and you have to make sure that it's not contaminated. And so one idea that I've thrown around with some of my collaborators on the Wild Drone project is a drone that's capable of, while you're observing an animal group, detecting, you know, a characteristic posture that the animals make when they defecate, pinpointing the location of that, and maybe sending a smaller drone down that could collect a sample, store it, and return it to some collection facility. That as an example, yeah.
That would be awesome.
So what else would make it easier for you guys to use systems like this, right? Because we're all familiar as roboticists, I do marine robotics as well. Underwater localization is what I work on. So we're all familiar with the problems that you mentioned, Blair, with tracking animals and having to correct for where the drone is, all of those types of things. And those are complicated things that make it difficult to operate. And those problems feed into these situations where you basically pre-plan a trajectory, right? That's why we pre-plan a trajectory, is because that's the hard part of the problem. But are there situations, could we do that would make things easier for you to be able to use these systems on a more regular basis and scale them up to allow more biologists or ecologists to use them at scale?
In my opinion, I mean, it's just a matter of finding the systems and finding the people that are building them. I think what you all do as roboticists is largely unknown by most of the ecologists and biologists that I know. So I think, communication, I know that's a simple, maybe overly simple answer, but once we can start having conversations and find each other, then I think that's a huge, then we'll figure out what else we can do together and work together.
Yeah, I think for me, the major one is one that I've already talked about, accessibility and sort of ease of use. And I say that, so I use these two different drone systems in my work, and the DJIs are so easy to fly. And if something goes wrong, you more or less just put the controller down and take a deep breath, and then it's still where you left it. Over time, so those systems are not robust to the conditions where we work in. So by the end of a 3-month field season, where I guess we were only flying for about a month of it, the dust and everything, this poor drone was like ground to a pulp. And then the EB was, I'm not sure how EB is much more expensive. And so this is something that's also a concern. Like, if one of the DJI crashed, I had like 3 as a backup. If the EB crashed, I only had 1. And so it's really sort of, every time that drone went up, I was like freaking out that it was going to crash and I was not going to be able to collect any more data. And so having things that are sort of robust to the systems where we want to use them, that they're foolproof to use, and that they can ideally be repaired to some extent in the field with super glue and a soldering iron. And that may be too much to ask, that may be unrealistic, but that I think is a big barrier, that if you are purchasing this equipment because it can be redeployed, because it can be flexibly used, that it actually needs to be able to stand up to that use and not sort of tank your whole field season or monitoring campaign if it goes down and you can't afford to get another one.
Cool. So you guys This was in my mind for a while, so let me ask it, and I'll give you the next one. So you guys briefly mentioned like sensing, acoustically, visually, and chemical sensors, and so currently we always are dealing with all those sensing modalities independently, right? So my question is like twofold, right? So and anybody can answer it. Yeah. So what are the challenges in like collecting these multimodal data sets, and then what is needed to actually make sense of that multimodal data sets, and given that understanding, how does that help ecologists? I mean, does that link to some ecology questions where we could benefit from those, where we really want those answers, which we cannot easily answer from looking at those individual modalities? So data collection, understanding, and actionable insights from multimodal data.
So by multimodal, you mean like
images, audio, chemical sensing, temperature, all of that together.
Okay. I think there's a great potential application for mapping and getting chemical signatures, also sample collection for genotyping, to really see the reefscape genomics and the relatedness of these different sessile organisms to each other, and to see where we have these areas where things are clones of each other and they might be more susceptible to those diseases. There's tons of questions come to mind, and I think there's a massive value to that kind of stuff. And also chemical signals from, we collect water samples along gradients or like pre-planned grids along a 3D map, can see how the chemicals and the molecular signatures change over different benthic habitats, and how these things might be, getting exchanged between organisms. So sponges eat molecules in the seawater that algae might be producing, and this might be creating a positive feedback that's making it even harder for corals to be recovered. So that's one, hypothesis that we have. And these are things that we could really test with high resolution with that kind of multimodal sampling.
Yeah, similarly, so in my work, I'm looking at how these animal groups are detecting and responding to threats and coordinating their behavior. And so far, again, I'm working entirely in the visual realm, but I know that these animals are also making alarm vocalizations in some cases, and that these are an important tool that they use. So having auditory data along with the visual data, and there could be chemical signals as well. I think that that's a wide open question that we simply haven't been able to get to, but having that data and having it be synchronized would be the main thing. So the approaches I've thought of are getting the visuals from the drone, and then having either collars on the animals that would collect the vocalizations, or having video monitors in the environment, and then trying to only observe animals in those locations. So having everything on one platform, I think, would make things a lot easier. And yeah, it just gives us, like, I think a lot of our research is sort of biased by our own sort of way of sensing the world, which tends to be visually biased. And so being able to collect multimodal data would, I think, just give us a more holistic sense of how animals actually are interacting with their environment.
Yeah, I think a common theme with a lot of these projects is surveying the environment over long periods of time and doing so frequently. For example, in my project, I desperately wish I didn't deploy once every 6 months. That would have helped me out. But this is kind of a question, I guess, primarily for Francois. You deployed so frequently over such a long period of time. I was wondering if you could speak to the maintenance aspect of that, because somebody was asking, oh, what do ecologists want? I think what they want is something that they can reasonably use. It's not reasonable to expect an ecology student to learn ROS and be able to debug a Linux kernel on the field, right? So yeah, they want to be able to use the device themselves. I think Francois also said, like, you need the ecology team, and then you need a staff of people to fix everything with the robot. And so, I mean, when I would deploy, I was deploying for a week at a time, and I tell you what, every piece of equipment on that machine malfunctioned at some point in one of the deployments, and if I wasn't there, it would have been a wrap, you know? So I'm wondering how you can speak to how you were able to maintain your platforms and do such long-term deployments so frequently.
Yeah, so in general, we have a very strong multidisciplinary teams covering from electrical to mechanical to computer science background. And this is why I was saying that dealing with ecology is harder than field, because field we can deal with an engineer, but it's already tough to find all of those people and to put them together in the same rooms. And then when you go with biologists, then you add another discipline to all of that. So within our lab, we started with a very strong multidisciplinary teams, and eventually I just finished buying more expensive device that will break less. Essentially, once the proof of concept is done, you just go and buy the real thing because you realize that it's important. So it was fun for the students to test, to explore, but at some point, if you want to make it over and over and over, you need to sort of increase a bit the cost. And also you keep it simple at some point. And what we are missing, and I think what most of the system would like to have, is auto docking station to recharge and then to go back and forth. Right now this is still done manually. But where we are looking forward with the forest is to actually deploy from the main campus and let the robot in the forest. But we have still, I was talking about the balance between engineering and research. So all of the docking station is all engineering, and then you still want to push for the research after that. So usually it's the job of the director to balance all of it. But to push autonomy and so on to anything that can recharge themselves and go back and forth, usually would help for even longer term deployment.
They send us an angry email saying we better get out of here by 5, but I guess we can always.
Thank you. Speaking of things ecologists want, is there something you don't want? Have you seen assumptions that roboticists are making which are completely bogus and unrealistic in the real world that you feel like is not worth our time?
That's a really good question. I don't really like things that I can't pick up, like myself. If it's too heavy, it's useless. Yeah, like if I can't physically lift it, then if it takes several people and like a small crane for our purposes, that's not really useful to us. You know, but yeah, I have to think about that and I'll get back to you. But that's a really good question.
I think my best example comes from the computer vision side of things rather than the robotics side of things. But there's this big push in computer vision to do really, really accurate 3D reconstructions of like individual animals, and that's fine. I think that's really cool. But like in terms of the biological applications, in my opinion, you can get everything you need from a much simpler representation and sort of having this like cameras flying all around the animals to make sure you're getting like this completely. It just, yeah, to me, I don't see the payoff for the level of effort personally.
Cool. I guess with that, we'll conclude this wonderful discussion. I wish we could go on forever, but happy hour. I think it's happy hour time. All right. Thank you all.